with unwavering dedication. He is ably supported by our co-chair, Dr. Dionisio V. Chavez, along with Sir Jefferson F. Serrano, whose collective efforts have been instrumental in shaping a meaningful and impactful program. Thank you, sir. We are equally privileged to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Stephen J. Sumailo, whose insights will effectively bridge academic research with real world application in education and sustainable development. My sincere appreciation also goes to our session speakers, Joanne Cristano and Solan, Lulati A. De la Cruz, Seri Ann Medrano Bacolod. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panel of reactors, Dr. Said Mehmood Ahmad, Dr. Joanna Mary G. Barando, Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro, Director Marilyn F. Hesse, Dr. Filipinas Ma D. Jareno. Please excuse me for this the mispronunciation. Their dedication to research excellence significantly enriches the intellectual depth of this conference. This conference would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our esteemed co-hosting institutions, whose collaboration, the spirit of global academic partnership. The universities are Polytechnic University of Philippines, Sinabatra University of Thailand, Walchand Institute of India, Central Philippine State University Philippines, uh, Secure State College Philippines, Bulacan State University Philippines, Don Marino Marco Memorial State University Philippines, Dr. Philemon C. Acquer Memorial College of Las Pinas Philippines, Association of Professional Teachers and Researchers Philippines, Kabankalan Catholic College Philippines. We extend our sincere gratitude to each of these institutions for their unwavering support and commitment to advancing global academic engagement. Once again, welcome to ICMAS 2025 in Vietnam. May this conference inspire meaningful dialogue, foster lasting collaboration, and contribute significantly toward building a more sustainable and inclusive future. Thank you. I wish you all the productive, engaging, and encouraging conference. Once again, a warm welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sushmita, the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab. And now we will hear another message from one of our conference chair. Let's welcome Dr. Bijay Anant Atabali, the principal of Bolton Institute of Technology, India. And Dr. Bijay will be delivering his message virtually.
Yes, good morning and a very warm welcome to distinguished guests, keynote speakers, researchers, academicians, students, and industry partners. It is both an honor and a joy to stand before you as the conference chair for the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, ICMAS 2025. Over the past few years, ICMAS has evolved into more than just a conference. It has become a growing community of thinkers, doers, and dreamers who share one vision: to build a sustainable and equitable world through multidisciplinary collaborations. Sustainability at its core is not just about protecting our natural environment, it's about reimagining how we live, work, and connect. It calls for cooperation across boundaries, between fields of study, between academia and industry, and between nations and communities. ICMAS 2025 embodies this very idea by bringing together voices from engineering, social sciences, environmental studies, businesses, and beyond. We create a platform that mirrors the complexity of the world we aim to sustain. A sustainable society isn't built in silos, it is built through shared understanding and inclusive innovation. A conference of this scale is never the result of one person's effort. It is the product of teamwork, passion, and commitment. I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to our organizing committee, session chairs, reviewers, volunteers, and partner institutions for their tireless work behind the scenes. And of course, to all our participants, thank you for being here, for presenting your research, for engaging in discussion, and for believing in the mission of ICMAS. Whether you are presenting a paper, attending sessions, or networking with peers, each of you contributes to the success of this conference and to the larger movement towards sustainability. When we talk about a sustainable society, we are envisioning more than efficient systems or green technologies. We are talking about a world where innovation is guided by values, inclusiveness, resilience, and compassion. This vision lies at the heart of ICMAS. Thank you once again for being part of ICMAS 2025. Wishing you all an enlightening, productive, and enjoyable conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bijay, and we wish you were here in the beautiful city of Da Nang, Vietnam. And I'd like to
Yeah,
highlight your speech a while ago that you said that ICMAS or the Academia Research Lab is a growing community of doers and thinkers. I
right.
love that. And I know we are here with one purpose, making a positive impact in our society through sustainability and, of course, through our different discipline. Once again, Dr. Bijay, thank you so much, and we wish you are here with us today.
I
And
agree with you. Yes, online, virtual.
virtually, yes, you
Mm.
are with us virtually. And now we will be moving on the speech of our guest speaker for today, and it is my pleasure to introduce him. He is the SUC President too of Siquijor State College in the Philippines, where he leads strategic planning, academic quality, and institutional development for the only state college in the province of Siquijor. He is a dedicated educational leader and alumnus of Silliman University. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Education, major in English in 1993, and went on to pursue culminating advanced studies and Doctor of Philosophy degree. Before his appointment as president, too, he served as a vice president for research and extension at Siquijor State College, strengthening the institution's research culture and community engagement. Under his leadership, Siquijor State College has actively participated in national and international academic forums, including the first President Summit 2025, which reaffirming its commitment to quality assurance, innovation, and collaborative higher education development. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for this morning is Dr. Stephen J. Sumilo. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, respected organizers, esteemed delegates, fellow administrators, scholars, researchers, and all advocates of sustainable development. Good morning. I am deeply honored to speak before you today at the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, addressing distinguished intellectual leaders who continue to shape the global pursuit of a more sustainable future. Though we are unable to join you face to face due to travel restrictions and authorization limitations, it is a privilege to connect virtually and share in your collective passion. According to the latest United Nations Sustainable Development reports,
Dr. Sumilo,
only about
sorry to interrupt you.
35% of all assessed Sustainable Development Goal targets are currently on track or showing moderate progress,
Dr.
while
Sumilo,
nearly
sorry for
half are
interrupting.
advancing too slowly and 18% are regressing. Despite notable advancements in some areas, over 800 million people worldwide continue to live in extreme poverty, highlighting persistent global inequality. Basic services remain inaccessible to billions. In 2024, 2.2 billion individuals lacked safely managed drinking water. 3.4 billion lacked sanitation, and 1.7 billion had no basic hygiene facilities in home, per report of the United Nations in 2024. Housing insecurity remains a major challenge, with approximately 1.12 billion people residing in slums or informal settlements without adequate service, per United Nations report in 2024 also. On the other hand, environmental sustainability is equally alarming. The Global Red List Index has fallen from 0.82 in 1993 to 0.72 in 2024, reflecting a 12% decline in overall species survival prospects, with over 44,000 species, or 28% of those assessed, now considered threatened, including 70% of cycads and 41% of amphibians. Adding to these concerns, 2024 has been confirmed as the hottest year ever recorded, with global temperatures rising approximately 1.55 degrees centigrade above industrial levels. These figures underscore the urgent need to strengthen our commitment to sustainability, research, and decisive action to secure a livable and equitable future for all. As an administrator, carrying the aspiration of an island community, I believe sustainability is more than a concept. It is a responsibility we live every day. In our small yet vibrant province, the impacts of environmental change, resource limitations, and socioeconomic shifts are felt immediately. These realities inspire Secure State College to work tirelessly toward a future rooted in resilience, innovation, and inclusive growth. At SSC, research and extension are the heart of our mission. Over the years, we have cultivated a strong institutional research culture through collaboration among faculty, students, community stakeholders, government units, NGOs, and industry partners. This has allowed us to develop programs that are academically rigorous while directly addressing the needs of our island communities. One of the flagship initiatives is the Siquijor Native Cattle Development Program, a convergence effort integrating agricultural sustainability, genetic conservation, community training, and technology adoption. Through the dedication of our research and extension teams, SSC has helped local farmers enhance livestock production while preserving a breed that is a vital part of Siquijor's identity and heritage. This program exemplifies SSC's commitment to science-driven, community-focused, and sustainability-oriented action. Our research efforts also extend to ICT innovation, environmental management, and sociocultural studies, promoting interdisciplinary priority approaches aligned with global development frameworks and regional priorities. From digital solutions for barangay governance to studies on climate resilience and local livelihoods, SSC ensures that knowledge, translates into tangible solutions. Equally, our extension program empowers grassroots communities through capacity building, livelihood training, literacy programs, women's empowerment initiatives, and skills development activities that strengthen personal and economic resilience. These programs reflect our conviction that a sustainable society leaves no individual, family, or sector behind. I would like to take this opportunity to address my fellow researchers directly. Let us aim, aspire, innovate, mobilize as researchers and advocates for sustainable development. A for aspire, to create a knowledge that transforms communities and inspires action. Innovate by generating solutions that address complex local and global challenges. And mobilize your insights, collaborations, and resources to make meaningful impact for people and the planet. Thus, as we convene today, we are reminded that achieving sustainability demands collaboration across borders, disciplines, and generations. No single institution, community, or nation can address global challenges alone. Knowledge must meet action. Innovation must meet compassion. And research must meet long-term commitment. As Robert Swan wisely stated, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Let us carry this call to action with purpose, resolve, and unity. On behalf of Secure State College, I extend our deepest gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to this meaningful conference. May this gathering inspire each of us to remain steadfast in building societies that are progressive, just, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. Together, let us shape a future that honors both people and planet. Thank you and maayong adlaw kanatong tanan.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Sumailo. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your inspiring words. And we're truly excited about the possibility of visiting Siquijor State College or even hosting a research conference in your university.
Yeah,
And thank
it's
you
our
so much.
pleasure, and that would be a dream come true to Secure State College.
All right, we will be sending you the program, and let's talk about it. Okay, and thank you so much also for sharing with us the initiative of SSC, like the cattle, your research programs, and community extension, which perfectly embody the achievements of a sustainable society, which driving a real impact on your communities. And I'd like to highlight the call to action of Dr. Sumailo. It is aim. A for aspire, I for innovate, and M is for mobilize, and we can have it through the sustainability. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Stephen J. Sumailo, the SUC President 2 of Siquijor State College. And now we will begin the technical session 1, where our participants will be presenting their researches. And after the presentation of our first two presenters, we will have a 10-minute coffee break. And we will then continue with a presentation from the remaining researchers. And here are some of the guidelines of our participants. Each presenter will be given 7 minutes to present their paper. And following the presentation of all the presenters, we will have a 3-minute question and answer. Please be reminded to stick on our allotted time. At this point, I would like to invite our panel reactors for session 1, and may we invite you to sit at the left side of our venue. We have a designated table and chairs for you. All right. So our first reactor is the Associate Research Supervisor at Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome and give a round of applause to Dr. Syed Mahmood Amin. Our second panel reactor is the campus director of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Pulilan Campus. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Marilyn F. Isip. And our third panel reactor for today is the head of academic program of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Pulilan Campus, none other than Dr. Joanna Marie Bernardo. Thank you so much. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge the campus director of our Sintang Paaralan, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, Attorney Ernesto C. Salao. Thank you so much, Attorney, for gracing our event for today. And now I will be calling the session chair of our technical panel. Our session chair for this technical session one is a committed educator with over 15 years in the academic service at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She is currently served as Professor 1 at the College of Education in PUP Santa Mesa, Manila, where she mentors future educators and actively engages in the research and extension. Apart from teaching, she also has an office designation in the PUP Office of the Vice President for Campuses. She has been an internal quality auditor for quality management system from 2020 to present. She has been serving as a program accreditor for the accrediting agency of chartered colleges and universities in the Philippines since 2018. And she also presented research and international conferences in Thailand, Japan, and those organized by various institutions in the Philippines. She also published articles in international peer-reviewed journals. And moreover, her international academic engagement includes being a visiting lecturer at Polytechnic Peksi Ganassi in Bandung, Indonesia in 2018, and research speaker in a faculty exchange program at Fuching Municipal Senior High School in Kaohsiung, Taiwan in 2025. Her academic service also extend to scholarly review work, serving as part of the review committee for the International Academic Forum and a manuscript reviewer for the International Journal of Learning, Teaching, and Educational Research. Ladies and gentlemen, our session chair for today is Dr. Cheryl Ann C. Medrano Bacolod. A round of applause, please. Once again, Dr. Sherry Ann C. Medrano Bacolod.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So, distinguished speakers, respected panel of reactors, esteemed researchers, and participants, welcome to the session for this morning in the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society 2025. So, today's session highlights diverse research endeavors across fields of engineering, education, health, governance, and sustainability, reflecting the interdisciplinary spirit of this conference. So I hope everyone is feeling energized after our inspiring opening program. And we move now to the most exciting part of this conference, the research presentations, where theory meets practice. So before we begin, I would like to acknowledge once again our presenters for their hard work, for their scholarly work, our panel of reactors who are ready to provide comments to our researchers, and our participants who will also engage in the discussion. So don't forget that we only have 7 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for the Q&A part. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us begin our paper presentation session. So our first presenter will will present to us a study that examines energy efficiency and performance. Okay, let us all welcome Mr. Federico Roy Jr. for his study titled Comparative Analysis of DC Converter Topologies for Solar Panel Applications Under Variable Irradiance. Sir?
Uh, Good morning, everybody. I'm was surprised because I think this conference was based on age. Thank you. My presentation slide. Okay, before I begin, who brought your charger here? Raise your hand. Charger, phone charger. Okay. Then you have your who bought the uh who who brought the laptop charger? Raise your hand. Okay. Definitely you bought your you brought your phone. Everybody got it? Okay. Our research is very common because everybody use it. So the title is Comparative Analysis of DC-DC Converter Topologies for Solar Panel Applications under Variable Irradiance. So we call topologies because this is just one application of the many DC-DC converter. So you will notice that in this charger, we produce the DC-DC converter. And not only that, another charger used by the cameraman, they're using DC-DC converters. So this is a very common technology. Okay, next. Next, please. Okay, just a brief introduction. I am a registered engineer from the Philippines. I did my master's, a bachelor in engineering in the Philippines, master of electrical engineering in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and a PhD in applied physics in Malaysia. So Asia, Malaysia, Philippines is very common to me. Next, please. Okay, as I have said, this is a technology that converts alternating current to direct current. So you will notice that in this room, we are using alternating current by the Vietnam power system, and everything is being converted into direct current using the charger. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. I have only 7 minutes. All right. So the abstract is all about the DC-DC converter and why there are topologies because of the different application. I have my cell phone, you have the cameraman, camera there, and then you have some other applications. So we have a different scheme or topologies that in our research. Next, please. Why we are in the conclusion? Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so these are, as you can see, the different applications of the different gadgets or appliances, we have to design a different topology for different application. Next, please. All right. So in the abstract, we studied 5 topologies: the buck converter, buck boost, the choke converter, and also the septic. Next, please. Okay. So these are for every topology, there must be an equivalent circuit because of the different applications. Next, please. So we have to design a different converter for different appliances. You will notice that my cell phone needs a different converter, and the camera behind there needs another converter. So you cannot use only one converter for all appliances. And the thing is, you will notice that I use this charger in the United States, where the voltage is half of Vietnam or the Philippines. But it can last because the DC-DC converter inside automatically adjusts to the voltage. So you don't have to worry. If you go to the United States at 110 volts, you bring the same charger. Am I right? And I stayed there for almost 3 months, and it works perfectly fine. So this is the product of engineers. Not only me, I am in the academic, but the co-engineers did all the excellent work on this. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so these are our results. So among the 5 topologies that we studied, the best converter, because of the factors that we did consider, is in the solar energy. You'll notice that the sun has a very mobility, when you talk about the chains of the sun. And the sun rise in the morning, and then maximum at noon, and it goes down at night. As an engineer, we have to handle these changes. And it's not easy to handle such mobility or such transient. So you really need a very powerful feedback system. And among this, we discuss, okay, the sun rays is important because it called the irradiance. And that the analogy of irradiance is like, I suppose you have taken your shower this morning. And then the temperature of the sun will touches your skin, right? And the irradiance is the measurement of the hotness of that water per skin centimeter. And it's not good if it's too hot, and it's not good if it's cold. So you really have to optimize it. And among the 5 DC-DC converters, when it comes to the control of irradiance, we found out that CEPIC is the best converter of all converters. And then I conclude my presentation, and thank you so much. And I suppose I have toned down the technology because I love my audiences. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Federico Roy Jr., for that insightful and technically grounded presentation. Another round of applause for sir. So we now open the floor for the questions and comments from our esteemed panel of reactors. Dr. Sai.
Good morning to all. Dr. Federico, it was pleasure to see your presentation, because solar converters, especially from AC to DC, has been long taught, and I think you know that AC converter was done by the creator in alternated frequencies in 1950s and 40s by one of the greatest person in America. So your research is an excellent opener in terms of sustainability, especially utilizing the solar panels. And the skin affiliation that you've done in terms of irradiance, that is moving forward towards the solar panel usage. So hats off. I mean, it's a very good opening. That's all my comment is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Roy. Of course,
Good morning.
I do not know much on, on know much about the engineering or the technology, but I would like to commend, of course, your contribution on the solar panel application. Of course, I'm just wondering how the temperature in Bana Hills sustain their the electrical, because most of the time it's foggy. How the electrical works there?
Okay. According to my recent research, Vietnam actually very surprised. They have a huge solar technology. Sorry, and it's around, yeah, and they're very good. I think at the moment we are at this temperature, but other months I suppose they are utilizing it very much.
Okay, thank you for the enlightenment. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Roy,
Morning.
Engineer Federico Roy. So, for this research po, I want to commend because for protecting not only the energy but also the use of sun rays, no? And this one focus on variable irradiance condition, which shows strong foresights addressing real-world challenges in renewable energy applications. So, especially in the Philippines, no, we are now converting the cars, no, to electric cars, not only for the charger, but it is a wide scope of study, and it is a good start, no, your study, because it is about the charger and until the end, no, every day we use, no. So again, sir, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel of reactors. We have a question from one of our participants, our conference organizer.
Yeah, Dr. Roy. I was just curious regarding that five models. We are on to sustainability. Which five of those models are most efficient, yet the economical aspect would be more efficient? Which of those five models? Yes. Yes.
Okay, according to our research, because as I have told you, solar energy increases minimum and it become maximum and goes down. So you need a topology, a design that can carry the increase and the decrease of voltage. And that's as I've told you, that's actually the SEPIC type, the PIF type. Yeah. Yes, the same. Yeah, because the efficiency is also higher.
Appointment sa
Thank you.
kana siya.
I have one more question for you.
Sir, engineer.
Traditionally, we use it's DC to AC converter, So why you want to use a DC-DC converter?
Come
Yeah.
again, doctor.
Traditionally, in a solar system, we use DC to AC converter. Okay. So why you want to use a DC to DC converter when you are talking about the solar panels?
Yeah, because of course the output of solar also is DC, and then you have to regulate it so that you will have a very good filtered output in the DC. But after DC-DC converter, you still need an inverter, another one, to
So
be
again,
used.
again, when you are having a two devices connected, cascading a DC-DC converter and DC to AC converter, will the efficiency drop?
Come again?
When you are using a DC-DC converter, again you need a DC to AC converter. So you are cascading two different devices
Yeah.
or two different mechanism into one. So will there any efficiency drop into it? So have you gone through that parameter? What are the things to be included and what are the efficiencies to be declared? Or this may say the traditional method of converting directly DC to AC is correct.
Okay.
So,
So
have you compared that?
just to tell you frankly, we have done a simulation on LT Spice as well. Of course, you are a practicing engineer, I know, but this 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 research is quite on a very starting position. And to tell you frankly, I think India has a very more solar applications than in our country. So maybe I will I will answer that once we grow more with the research. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, sure. And I'm very good luck with your
Thank
research, because this is the same interest I'm having. So we'll discuss in depth in future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Roy. That was a very interacting Q&A portion. So thank you so much to all our reactors and our organizers for asking the question. So we will now move on to our next presenter. So this study highlights inclusive pedagogy and the deeply human side of education. Let us now hear the presentation of Mr. Harold Deo B. Cristobal titled Teaching with Heart: How Physical Education Faculty Inclusion Practices Shape the Confidence of Students Living with Ventricular Shunts. Sir Cristobal?
Good morning. Good morning, the panel of reactors. Good morning, session chair, and to all the um, um, physical participants in this international conference. I'm Dr. Harold Cristobal, together with my co-researcher, the head of the academic programs of PUP Parañaque Campus, Professor Jefferson Serrano, presenting titled Teaching with Heart: How Physical Education Faculty Inclusion Practices Shape the Confidence of Students Living with Ventricular Shunts. For information of many, ventricular shunts is a device that being installed in a patient with brain tumor or brain cancer. So this device allows the patients to remove certain liquids in the brain. Okay? So as we go through, okay, for the abstract, this study addresses the gap in inclusive education for students with complex medical conditions, focusing on how physical education faculty practices influence confidence in a student living with ventricular shunt. Using the narrative inquiry, we analyzed the four perspectives: the students, teachers, medical staff, and the student itself, and found the adaptive instruction, relational transparency, and interdisciplinary readiness fosters both physical engagement and the psychosocial confidence. The proposed SAFE PE framework offers practical guidance for inclusive PE in Philippine higher education. So for our introduction, the context of for our study on inclusive physical education for students with complex medical conditions, as is shown here, inclusive education is a global imperative. Yet, the students often remain underrepresented in policy and practice. Physical engagement is critical for academic success and social integration, but medical vulnerabilities can create barriers. Faculty play a central role in fostering inclusion through trust, adaptation, and evidence-informed strategies. Finally, exclusion from the physical activities due to medical status can erode confidence and reinforce narrative of fragility, underscoring the needs of proactive inclusion. These challenges inspired our research to develop a framework that ensures safety and confidence for students in higher education, physical education settings. So, the purpose of the study is to examine the life experiences of a college student with ventricular stroke in the context of physical education and inclusive academic practices. It aims to identify faculty behaviors, instructional strategies, and relational approaches that influence student confidence in physical activity settings. Additionally, the students explores how inclusive teaching can affirm the capabilities of students managing chronic neurological conditions by generating narratives, insights, and practical recommendation that research seeks to guide PE faculty towards fostering more inclusive and more empowering environments while contributing to a local and understanding the inclusive education with the Philippine academic and cultural settings. Okay. This study employed a qualitative narrative inquiry design that values life experiences through temporality socially, and place unders construct meaningful stories of inclusive practices in physical education. For sampling, I employed the purposive sampling, focusing on the participants directly involved in the students' educational and physical activity experiences at our own campus. Data collection employed a semi-structured narrative interview guide to elicit the reflective accounts, complemented the reflexive journals. The process followed by the eight step from informed consent and to the scheduling of interviews, recording, transcription, member checking, and final data sets preparation, ensuring vigor and depth capturing of the student's journey. For our result, so here the findings highlights essential key areas. First, the student life experiences shows that adaptive instruction such as replacing high impact tasks with graded, low intensity activities help restore the strength and mobility after surgery. Second, faculty behaviors and strategies like adaptation, safety, and open communication were critical in building confidence, while lack of encouragement could diminish participation. The inclusive teaching practices affirms that the student's capabilities, reinforcing motivation and self-perception despite medical challenges. This result emphasized the confidence is constructed through relational support and thoughtful adaptation in physical education. Then also, the results emphasize the influence of faculty-students relationship on motivation and self-perception. When faculty provided encouragement and clear communications, students felt capable and confident in managing tasks. Despite medical challenges, inclusive practices such as adaptation, encouragement, and safety protocols prove essential in fostering trust and participation. Narrative insight also highlight the importance of early consent and health discussion, as well as the graded activities that balance safety and confidence. Overall, these findings affirms that inclusive physical education requires both relational support and culturally respective strategies to empower the students with neurological condition. Then for our discussion, the discussion emphasized inclusion with dignity, in which adaptive strategies such as light walking, stretching, and graded activities help maintain safety while promoting participation, belonging, and confidence were strengthened through faculty actions, adaptation, explanation, and visible encouragement. Notably, safety without sidelining emerged as a key condition for inclusion, requiring interdisciplinary readiness. Teachers, parents, and nurses collaborated through monitoring, co-planning, and escalation of protocols to ensure both physical and psychosocial resilience. Then, from these insights, the SAFE PE framework was developed, meaning screen and share, adaptive and advanced, visible feedbacks, and emergency ready. This model provides a practical steps for faculty to balance safety and inclusion. Theoretically, the study shows that the confidence as a relational, co-constructed process shaped by adaptation and reassurance. Practical implications include institutionalizing co-planning, training for visible feedback, and cultivating inclusion by default. Finally, strengths include triangulation across perspective, with limitations point to the single case focus. Future research should be adopt mixed methods, approach, and examine routine integration in the Philippine higher education. Then, for my conclusion, so in conclusion, inclusive physical education practices build confidence when they are grounded in care and adaptability. This means adapting tasks to match students' capabilities, providing explicit encouragement to sustain motivation, and maintaining safety measures to protect well-being. This action turned policy aspiration with practical routines that affirms student capability, ensures safe participation, demonstrating that teaching with heart is both a moral and professional imperative. And for my this is the our student who have undergo with the surgery of installation the ventricular shunt. Okay, for safety proper processes, I just so before I end, I will leave you a message. Inclusion is not a favor. It is a framework. When we adopt tasks, explain choices, encourage visibly, and stand ready, we transform safety into confidence and policy into live possibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cristobal. Sir, we would like to invite you, sir, for that presentation that reminds us that teaching is not only about instruction, but also about empathy and inclusion. So we now open the floor for the comments and reflections from our panel of reactors and, of course, our participants.
Good morning, Dr. Cristobal.
Good morning, Doc.
It's a very nice study, of course, and it's a timely reminder that teaching with heart isn't just a slogan. It's a practice that transforms lives and expands what inclusive physical education can achieve. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Dr. Cristobal. It's a nice presentation. I've got a few things that is bothering me in this presentation. First of all, you talked about doing a qualitative analysis, and then at later stage, you're talking about a mixed methodology. So why the two
For the mixed method, we are also I'm engaging the future researchers to conduct a kind of study wherein they could able to adapt the mixed method wherein they getting some kind of medical information or the scientific basis of the particular in terms of improving certain kinesthetics related to their neurological condition, because we are just only adapting what the medical practitioners told us to do. So there is a limitation in terms of the movement wherein they are prohibited doing certain jumping movement skills, strenuous activities, weightlifting, and etc. So therefore they're moving into kind of manipulative movement wherein they could able to do it in a certain limitation.
So you're talking about two combinations together in one paper, or you're doing a different paper
For different paper in terms of
yeah,
that.
that was the confusion here.
Yes.
You're talking about the relationships of SDG goals. So you did mention there were five SDG goal number 5, 10, and 4. But I was a bit confused in terms of which one you are putting at this moment.
Well, in terms of the SGD4, certain gender equalities, and we are also what do you call this? We are also promoting the reducing the inequalities, because in terms of not only for the women but also other patient who are also having a ventricular shunt, it's a certain kind. There's certain challenges that we need also to address to. So that's why I'm also giving this opportunity, our study, to promote to certain conducting certain research about how we able also to promote this one.
Right. And finally, my one last concern was the sample sizing, because the sample sizing that you've mentioned for such a project, it's very, very low. So how would you get the ethical approval for such
Yes.
elements?
Yes, in terms of the narrative, it is we are only getting the experience of the patient, but also we are also getting the perspective of the faculty, the medical practitioner, and the parent as well. So that's why we are getting how we able to get the adaptability on addressing the concerns of improving the physiological and psychosocial aspect of our students who are having a ventricular shock. So this is the kind of research designs we use in order for us to elicit the information we need.
Are you saying that in terms of your qualitative and mixed methodology, you're using the exploration aspect
More
or
on narrative.
deductive aspect?
More on narratives.
On
More on narrative.
Thank
Yes.
you very much. Yeah. For this
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Dr. Harold. So, congratulations for your presentations,
Thank you
your
so
your
much po.
study. So, regarding this po, no, so you said it is adaptive, advanced, and safe and inclusive education for all, specifically to those students with ventricular shunts, no. This is beautifully highlights the human side of education. So, we are teacher, we are doctor, we are everything, right? So for this one, so it highlights the inclusivity. So my question is, what specific strategies or classroom adjustment through most effective in fostering inclusion and confidence among this kind of students?
um First of all, as a faculty, one of our best practices is we are addressing the concern of our students by their medical abstract. We are not only taking it by verbally, we are also consulting medical practitioners. So that's why we are formulating a kind of physical activities that is suited for our students. Because nowadays, most of they are just only getting it verbally. They are telling that I'm not doing this, I'm prohibiting this. But what is the sense? But in order for us to validate that kind of reasoning, is somewhat we are taking it for getting the medical sayings towards the condition of our students. Because in terms of physical education in tertiary education, okay, we are not that kind of certain the less of responsibility is somewhat takes into students. But we are getting the kind of intervention through other source or means of information. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cristobal, and I agree with Ma'am Isip and Sir. No, we can expound this research by connecting with other institutions. Yes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I think the co-chair of this conference, Sir Jefferson Serrano, the co-author, would like to add something to the explanation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since that we are good morning. Sorry. Since that we are educator, especially in physical education, before the start of our classes, we indeed look at the differences of the students by giving them what we call parquet and due, and they answer it based on their medical condition. And by that, we separate the aside, of course, from for having an individual differences. We consider the medical condition of the students, and we give modification on every task that we give to them based on their, of course, medical abstract or medical condition given by their doctors or physicians. Thank you po.
Right. So thank you so much, Sir Jeff and Dr. Cristobal, and to our panel of reactors. A warm round of applause again for them. Uh, Actually, I myself, the best thing that I learned from being a teacher is to teach with the heart. Because if you have the heart of a teacher, yeah, all things will be put into place. Okay. So I guess we will have a short break. I will now give the microphone to our moderator, Mamila Joy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sherry and Medrano Bacolod, and to our first two presenters. And now we will take a short break, a coffee break. And please take this opportunity to network with your peers and, of course, other delegates for possible collaborations. We will resume the session in 15 minutes. We are expecting everyone to be here by 10:55 in the morning. Yes, you have to come back here by 10:55, and the maximum is by 11 a.m. We have, I think we have three more presenters for this morning. Our coffee break, it's outside. You may go outside. We have snacks there. And to our participants virtually, you can have your coffee break as well. Thank you so much. But I love the quality of your voice.
So both are connected to Zoom. So one is connected to Zoom. No. This is connected to Zoom, no? This is connected to your microphone. Yeah, that is connected to both are connected. That is the double dual channel.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. It's getting in.
Good morning, everyone. Please be informed that in 3 minutes we will resume our event. Thank you. Once again, good morning to everyone. In 3 minutes, we will resume our program. Thank you. Once again, good morning, and we will now resume our program. And at this point, I'd like to invite again our session chair for the technical session one, Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod, to facilitate the continuation of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Joy. Continue the session. We are now on our third research presenter. So the next study highlights extension work and community engagement through literacy initiatives. Altogether, let us listen to the presentation of Mr. Rodel C. Mendoza for study titled Project Rodel, Strengthening HR Development Through Community-Based Literacy Extension in Barangay SMDP, Parañaque City. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good day, distinguished panelists, fellow researchers, and delegates. I'm Rodel C. Mendoza, from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque. Today, I'm honored to present my study titled Project Rodel, Strengthening HR Development Through Community-Based Literacy Extension in Barangay San Martin de Forest. This research offers a practical and scalable model for improving literacy and workforce readiness in marginalized urban communities. Next. Sorry. Project Rodel. Can you change the PowerPoint? Uh, this is my other research co-author with Mamaila later. But my solo research is the other one. I am be presenting two researches today. This one is leading to extension because we are all required to produce extension out of research as required by Ma'am Abby, our extension coordinator. Part of also OPCR and IPCR requirement. We have to do it there. Okay, next please. Next please. By the way, I specialize in human resource management research with several years of teaching HR, organizational behavior, and business subjects across universities in the Philippines. I currently serve as BS Office Administration Coordinator and ADPA Vice President. My work focuses on community-based HR initiatives that promote employability, capacity building, and sustainable learning. Next. So my study examined the implementation impact of Project Rodel, a literacy-centered HR development initiative with 120 participant learners, parents, teachers, and community leaders. Using a descriptive correlational design, study assessed program implementation in its influence on literacy and employability outcomes. So my key components here are instruction, community engagement, LGU support, were rated highly. Statistical analysis revealed moderate positive correlations, confirming that strong implementation leads to better literacy and employability results. So the project demonstrates a scalable HRD model for urban barangays. So literacy is not merely an academic skill, it's a strategic human resource investment in Barangay SMDP, that's San Martin de Porres. Now, literacy challenges limit employability and reinforce socioeconomic inequality. Project Rodel addresses this through literacy instructions, skills, development, and community-based HRD initiative. So my goal is to empower residents with competencies needed for employment and social mobility. That is my purpose. Next. San Martin de Porres is densely populated area with diverse educational backgrounds and significant literacy gaps. Local government of Parañaque reports link low literacy to unemployment and reduced workforce readiness. So research shows that literacy programs shows within communities for maximum impact, especially for urban poor areas where access to formal education is limited. So that validates the need for Project Rodel. For my theoretical framework, study rests on two frameworks. My first theory is human capital theory, which states that literacy increases productivity, employability, and community opportunities. And the second theory is community of practice theory, which emphasizes that learning becomes more effective when communities learn together through shared experiences. So these theories strongly support the structure and goals of Project Rodel. For my conceptual framework, I have the input-output process. My input are literacy needs, stakeholders, LGU support, and community characteristics. The processes are literacy sessions, skills training, mentoring, and community engagement. And the outputs are literacy enhanced employability skills and empowered learning community. That is my framework for Project Rodel. My statement of the problem, my participants of Project Rodel How well was the program implemented across literacy instruction, skills training, mentoring, engagement, and LGU support? What improvements occurred in literacy and employability outcomes? And significant relationship between program implementation and outcomes. For my hypothesis, the first HO states that there is no significant relationship between the implementation of Project Rodel and outcomes. In H1, states that significant relationship exists. In simple terms, we tested whether the improvements in literacy and employability can truly be attributed to the program. So the statistical result later confirmed they can. Methodology, study used a descriptive correlational design, describe the current status of Project Rodel, no, and examines relationship between implementation and outcome. So without manipulating any variables, the research was conducted in Barangay San Martin de Porres, largest and most diverse communities in Parañaque. A total of 120 respondents participated, and learners, parents, teachers, and barangays are all those. For my instruments, I use a validated survey assessing program implementation, which is needed in extension, and literacy and employability assessment tool. So both instruments showed Cronbach's alpha values above 0.80, meaning they are reliable, consistent, and statistically sound. For my analysis, the study used frequency and percentage to describe profiles, weighted means to assess program implementation, correlation test to examine relationship between implementation and outcomes, and chi-square Kruskal-Wallis to determine whether differences existed based on demographic groups. And my key findings are strongly implemented literacy instruction of Project Rodel, community engagement and LGU support scored the highest skills training, and mentoring were still effective but rated slightly lower. So this shows that while program is robust, certain components can still be improved. Participants also showed meaningful improvements in literacy and employability. These include reading comprehensions, communication, problem solving, confidence, motivation, and work readiness. So while these remain at the developing level, the upward trend confirms that the program is still working. And for my correlations, results show a moderate positive relationship between program implementation, literacy outcomes. R is equal to 0.62 coefficient correlation, and between implementation and employability outcomes of R is equal to 0.58. So this means that when Project Rodel is implemented well, participants consistently achieve better results. And these findings strongly support both human capital theory, my first theory, and the second theory is community of practice theory. My conclusions, it is effective HRD literacy initiative leading to extension for marginalized urban communities. The strongest contributors to its success are my LGU involvement, success, community engagement, and high-quality literacy instruction. So, study confirms that strong implementation leads to measurable improvements in literacy and workforce readiness. That is really the intention of the research. This model can be replicated in other barangays. And my recommendations, improve skills training with more structured hands-on activities, strengthen mentoring through regular facilitator support, that is extension, increase the frequency of literacy sessions, add basic digital literacy lessons for employability, and improve more parents, barangay partners, and volunteers for sustainability. It shows that literacy, when implemented as a community-based HRD initiative, my final slide, can transform lives and strengthen local workforce potential. So thank you very much. Thank you, Vietnam, for this opportunity. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Sir Rodel. You may be seated. Okay, thank you for showcasing your Project Rodel. So it shows how educational institutions can meaningfully contribute to community development. We now open the floor for the questions and comments from our panel of reactors. Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Prof.
Morning.
Mendoza. So, of course, it is very commendable, your literacy extension. I'm just wondering if this is a parents-based project, right? Is it, I mean, is the single parent included, or do you have any requirements for this, or it's just the parents? What about the single individual? They are not qualified, or they need to be a parent?
As long as they are considered learners,
Oh,
parents, and part of the community, we include all of them, whatever type they are.
all right.
The intention of this research is really to help
Okay.
and make them employable in the companies.
Okay. Um, I mean, do we have a analysis before we conduct a this capability, like what training or skills they need?
Needs assessment survey
Yeah, needs
questions will be
assessment survey.
provided, ma'am,
Yeah.
and we'll be giving that
And what
to
is the highest score or need training for the parents in your study?
in my study. It's more of like education and experiences that we need to provide, especially in IT,
I
the use
see the
of MS
IT
Word and
literacy.
Excel. Yeah.
Okay, so that is it. And I think to make it more impactful, we we need to have after the training, okay, can we provide the basic requirements that like the police clearance, the NBI, just like what we are doing in our campus when we have this extension or the community outreach, the one-stop shop parang fair for the applicants, so they may complete their requirements.
We'll include that in the
Yes,
recommendation, ma'am. Yes, I will
yes.
take note of that.
After the
Yes, ma'am.
training.
Thank you so much for
How
that.
this training last?
Well, dealing with extensions, it should not last as long as we are providing a good service to each one of them in
Okay.
SMDP, and as long as we have proven that they are really capable of living alone and being employable
Yeah,
on their own.
because you have
I
mentioned that
think
the
that's the time.
LGU will supported this
Yeah.
program.
Mhm.
So I think to make it complete, no, after the training, there is a one-stop shop requirements.
Then I can also be
Yeah.
forwarding this research extension to the PESO, Department of Foreign
Yeah,
Affairs,
yeah,
so that they could
exactly.
also consider
Yes.
this research.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, few comments and then the elements of question, because when you're talking about two theories, especially the human capital training and the community of practice, I see a gap in between, because how you're going to implement the human capital training and the community of practice. So you have not shown that in terms, yes, you've declared the numbers, point 0.8 and point 0.6, but the gap in collaboration of these two was not being observed over there in terms of your research. So I would say that if you could add, rather than recommendations in the main body, as how you're going to do that technical analysis of that, number one. Number two, you're talking about sample size and you're taking a descriptive research, correct? I'm concerned on your 120 sample participants, because for such a project, 120 samples is not enough to give you that kind of indication. And you're talking about, if it is a project or a pilot, I can understand. But if you're trying to implement this, then this sample sizing is very low in terms of even getting a satisfactory data analysis. So I'm a bit concerned on that aspect. Then you're talking about the input process and output, and the components or the elements that you've given. I think for again coming back to your participants does not match to that element. So you need to think from a different analytical aspects. These are just my comments. Thank you very much.
So
It
much.
was a good presentation.
Thank you so much, Doc Said.
Hello, Sir Del. So congratulations for your presentation. So we all know naman na we are catching up for those extension programs, no? So this is appreciated because this type of the study is reaching community. So for this one, no, your project demonstrate a strong commitment to community. Okay. So by this one, we all know community, no, diverse culture, diverse behavior, no. So what challenges might arise, no, during your scaling project and other areas? How do you address those proactive challenges or issues during this research study?
Basically, I address the truth correlational methods design that I use in the methodology, wherein I use or tested 120 respondents. Um, the main purpose of that is to anchor this particular correlational design in my two theory, which is human capital theory, wherein the engagement would be more active if the people would be trained on their own, and there are people would be willing to help them to be employed in different companies. And those variables were used as attachment to the community of practice theory, wherein they would be more enticed to participate if there would be a group of learners that will be joining in a certain extension activity that we'll be providing. So I believe that with this research, the combination of two theories will be very effective to create a desirable result that is to help the community, the barangay, SMDP.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So to make it more possible, no, just like the recommendation of Dr. Isip, so we can connect to the local government unit. And you said that they were actively participated, no, and of course they want to learn on their own. So maybe you can attach in your study sample modules, no, because that type of extension program, so we can have those modules, no, to make it more effective. And that's all. Congratulations.
Hey, ma'am, relating to modules, I think I will be asking help also with the help of our extension coordinator, right? She's very much willing to help me to participate in this extension activity. Thank you, ma'am Abby.
Sorry, just to add a couple of things in this. When you're talking about self-learnings and how are you going to monitor these self-learnings, and what is the age factor, minimum age? Because if you're talking about self-learning in human resource capital as well as the core community of practice, then there is again a gap in terms of analyzing how they're going to be monitored, right? And if they are not going to be monitored properly, then how are they going to get the job? And who's going to give them a job or the employability? So that factor is also missing. And the last factor, which I could not understand from your presentation, is about the SDG goals. How and where you're going to include and how this SDG goal in particular going to help the community to progress further. And why have you taken only one uh, LGU? Because you have got more than 100 LGU as by my understanding. So why that was particularly only taken at one element? So could you please elaborate on it? Thank you.
Basically, we are being helped by the LG of Parañaque. That's why the main purpose of that one is really I mean, the research will be offered to PESO, no? Since they are the one trying to find for people to look for their employment. So I believe with
Doctor,
that particular, the said that you have, the said
hello.
you said about the gap training, I believe that this will be solved in every steps of the way when we have started our extension and we have started the full blast of the implementation of the program, be able to see all the challenges that might arise. Thank you.
Hello, I think you need to elaborate what is peso so Dr. Said can understand it. What peso is doing for the
Yeah,
community?
PESO normally stands for Parañaque Employment. Yeah, it's really like service office, yeah, public employment service office of Parañaque. That is our unit, our department, no, that that's also a part of our MOU, sir, Doc Said. memorandum of agreement. We also have a MOA with them.
Yeah, but
MOA.
then you need to be very clear on when you're presenting something and you're presenting it on the international level, then those abbreviated elements must be very
All right.
clearly written
All right.
in order to understand what the international researchers would be thinking of. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Doc Sai. Thank you so much for your help and your assistance.
Thank you so much, Sir Rodel. Another warm round of applause for Sir Rodel Mendoza. So we are hopeful that your project, Rodel, will develop into a more sustainable um, community extension program. Okay. Wow. Okay. Congratulations once again. So our fourth presenter is Pro the Environment. Okay. Our presenter will discuss a study about that examines emerging technologies for sustainable kitchen waste management in the Philippines. So let us welcome on the floor Miss Pauline Marquez for her research presentation.
Good morning, everyone, to our keynote reactors, to our moderators, and to our technical committee, and of course, to our keynote speakers and participants. Welcome to this international conference. Okay, so I would like to introduce myself first. I am Pauline B. Marquez. So I graduated from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and also a part-time instructor of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque campus. So my title is Emerging Technologies for Kitchen Waste Management in the Philippines, a synthesis study with application in Parañaque City with my co-authors, Mr. Ribert Enyerga and Ma'am Abigail Avelado. So for the abstract, this study shows that kitchen waste is a major part of urban solid waste in the Philippines. But little research explores using emerging technologies to manage it. This study reviews existing methods like segregation, composting, biodigestion, and digital monitoring in cities such as Parañaque City, which identifies key trends, gaps, and challenges. This study highlights the potential of automation, data analytics, and Internet of Things, and proposes a sensor-based framework for real-time monitoring to guide future prototypes and policies. So kitchen waste is a major contributor to urban solid waste in the Philippines. However, there have been However, there have been limited studies on integrating emerging technologies for effective waste management. This synthesis study reviews existing research on kitchen and food waste management, emphasizing technological and environmental strategies relevant to urban settings like Parañaque City. While we do have the Republic Act 9003 that mandates ecological waste management, that is a local study that focuses on traditional composting. In the Philippines, it is, according to the study, 52% of the municipal solid waste in the Philippines is from the municipality, with some estimates ranging from 30% to as high as 78% depending on the city and data source. According to the UN Environment Program, or the UNEP, which was reported in 2024, Philippine household waste nearly 2.95 million tons of food annually. which is equivalent to 26 26 kilogram per capita. In Metro Manila alone, about 2,175 tons of food waste are discarded daily. So these figures highlight the substantial contribution of kitchen waste to the overall waste stream in the country, emphasizing the need for effective management strategies. This study uses a thematic synthesis approach wherein the literature studies and existing research were categorized, including international and local studies, their gaps and key links grouped by theme. Here we have the international technologies and studies grouped in theme, which were composting, anaerobic digestion, automated segregation, and decision support systems. For the For the local literature and technologies, we have composting, anaerobic digestion, waste segregation, and policy and governance. Okay, so in the Philippines, these are the most common kitchen waste management that is present in the Philippines. We have the community composting, which was widely practiced in barangays and in the household communities. We have the dual drum composter and shredder, which was developed by the Department of Science and Technology. We have the bioreactor composters used in selected barangays for rapid processing, and we have the manual segregation, which is a policy driven but sadly with inconsistent practice. And these are the gaps of this existing kitchen waste management. We have space limitations, technical and infrastructure constraints, public awareness and participation among the individuals and communities, time and labor intensive, inconsistent implementation and policy support, and quality and safety concerns of the output or the product of the compost itself. I would like to highlight the dual drum composter of the DOST. It was a proven technology and efficient, but sadly, it has its limitations, which is the operational requirements because it requires extensive manual labor. We have the infrastructure needs. So the dual drum composter required a specific place to operate. We have the batch processing because it can only process 50 kilogram per process, which is a limitation when we are talking about the city of Parañaque City. We have the maintenance and training, and of course, the environmental sensitivity. So due to the warm climate of the Philippines, it can affect the output or the compost itself because the process of composting requires a controlled environment. Okay, so this study proposes a conceptual framework in order as an output of this study. So for the input, we have the kitchen waste in sensor equipped bins. For the process, we have composting, data collection, transmission, analysis, and feedback. And for the output, we have the real-time monitoring, actionable recommendations, and improved waste management practices. And of course, we have the actionable feedback for future improvements of the project. These are the framework components. So we have sensors and data collections, data transmission and storage, real-time analysis and visualization, and lastly, the actionable feedback, which give insights from the analysis to inform waste collectors and city planners. And lastly, of course, we need a policy and prototype integration with the local government of the Parañaque City. And to give you an insights, we actually have already a partnership with the local government of Parañaque City for this project. Okay, so in conclusion, emerging technologies offer promising solutions for kitchen waste management. Integration of digital tools and automation can address current gaps. Continued investment and policy support are needed for widespread adoption. This synthesis study establishes widespread adoption and foundation for future prototype development and policy initiatives aimed at improving sustainable kitchen waste solutions in the cities. So imagine a future where every kitchen in the Philippines doesn't just generate waste, but actively contributes to a cleaner, smarter city. By harnessing the power of sensors, automation, and emerging technologies, we can transform waste from a burden into a resource which is a fuel sustainable communities, empowering local innovations and paving the way for a greener, more resilient Philippines, especially in Parañaque City. This is not just a vision, but rather it's a call to action, and the journey towards sustainability in Parañaque City starts now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer Marquez, for that timely discussion on sustainability and environmental responsibility. So we now welcome the insights or questions from our esteemed panel of reactors.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Abigail. Um, it's a very good presentation, I must say, because this is very close to my heart. I mean, the way you have presented, and if this project works really in not only in Philippines, but the rest of the countries, many countries will follow such progressive project. So thank you very much for showing this. And that's all. Thank you from my side.
Hello. Good morning, Miss Pauline.
Hello
Of
po.
course, your study is very impactful. Actually, not only in Parañaque but the whole Philippines. And according to Dr. Said, many will follow if this project will become successful in the future. But because not only in Parañaque but everywhere in the Philippines, the waste management is still a deep concern. Okay, so thank you for your study.
Again, congratulations for your presentation, Miss Pauline Marquez. So for this one, it address the study wherein the relevance and potential impact for broader, not only for Parañaque City, but according to our other panel of reactors, it can be a scope in other parts of the country. So this one, may I ask something, so you connect with the local government unit. So what
Yes.
are the steps regarding your study?
Come again, ma'am. I'm sorry.
What are the steps or commitment regarding to your study?
Okay. So actually we do have a partnership with them, and they are the one who tap us in, because if this project could be successful, this can also become a research extension program of Parañaque, of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Parañaque campus. So actually we were planning also to present this to them. So we can study the scalability and of course the resources of the project. And after this study, we are going to build the prototype for testing and development of the actual device or product.
To add more up now regarding to Sir a while ago, so we can have some evaluation no about this study now, so we can adapt this not only at Parañaque City but also to other parts of the country, so we can evaluate your study more effectively. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Just to add on, I'll be the first one to look into this evaluation if this project works. Not only that, but also a detailed research must come out of it to help the country, not only your Pranaki community, but the entire Philippines. So I'm happy to be a part of this team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will be honored, sir, to present the findings to you, but a little pressured. Pero I will make sure that the research will be successful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just oh, hello. Ah,
Recorded.
hello. Yeah, just to add, Miss Pauline, you can also ask the assistance not only from the LG of Parañaque, but also to the DNR or Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and maybe the DPWH.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Actually,
and the DOST.
yes.
Yes,
We are
Department
going.
of Science and Technology.
Yes, we are going to tap every local government unit that we can have, so we can create the perfect product that is a perfect output that is actually applicable and scalable with the right resources and with the right function within the local government of Parañaque.
Okay, so to add more, no, Miss Pauline, ang dami namin sinasabi, no? To add more, Miss Pauline, no, regarding, you said about prototype testing, no, right?
Yes.
So to also to empower PUP, university, no, the system, PUP, especially the RMHO, no, they are aiding, no, such kind of a project which is the prototype testing actually in PUP, no, in PUP Pulilan, they aid us, no, like the one product, no, they help us to register in the prototype testing copyright of our students, so you can work with them, no, to make it more possible step by step procedure, no.
Yes,
Again,
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Marquez, and congratulations. So, with those positive feedback about your presentation, it seems that, yes, it's a start of a bigger and a more sustainable research project. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah, so more projects coming for PUP Parañaque campus. And maybe for the whole Polytechnic University of the Philippines as well. Okay. So I will now introduce our fifth presenter for this morning. Okay, the next study examines how public hospitals manage patient records with a focus on efficiency, accuracy, confidentiality, and compliance. May I invite on the floor Miss Abigail Jean B. Avelado to present her study titled Assessment of Patients' Records Management Practices of Selected Public Hospitals in Munti Parlas. Ma'am Abigail? I guess Munti Parlas means the cities of Muntinlupa, Las Piñas, and Parañaque. Okay. We understand it, Ma'am Abby. By the way, our participants are also encouraged to make feedback and ask questions about the research presentation. Okay, once again, let us welcome our next research presenter, Ma'am Abigail Jean Avilado.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Magandang buhay. I am Abigail Jean Avilado from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. And in this study, I am honored to be co-author with one of the Asia's top women 2024, Dr. Amelita Katogda, with the title Assessment of Patients' Records Management and Records Management Practices of Selected Public Hospitals in Metro Manila. Next, please. Next, please. In Metro Manila, who among you have gone to public hospitals? As you can see, there are long lines when you go to public hospitals. And it saddens because of emerging technologies. Why cannot we utilize AI and systems for records management? In Metro Manila, effective records management ensuring accurate, complete, timely, and reliable patient data is a must. In this study, we have surveyed physicians, nurses, and administrative staff who handled records, specifically those of outpatient and emergency. In our study, it has been said that completeness and accurateness in records preparation and management are generally high. However, hospitals face challenges in timeliness and reliability, mostly due to insufficient manpower and space. In this study, there is a significant positive correlation between records management practices and quality of medical records. And it recommends to implement effective practices not only facilitates quicker decision making and better not only in quicker decision making and better patient care, but also promotes institutional efficiency and governance. Enhanced training and adoption of electronic records management systems to address persistent organizational barriers and optimize hospital performance in serving patients and stakeholders. As you can see, this is Metro Manila. Although we can compare it to other cities, it is best that we utilize AI and emergent technologies. As you can see, patient's record is very important as it holds different information from a specific patient. And it is a number one standard from Department of Health that we provide patient care with utmost confidentiality. Here is the gap of our study. One of the challenges are missing documents. Aside from it is inadequate storage, manpower shortages, hybrid paper electronic systems hinder timely care and compliance with Data Privacy Act and DOH or Department of Health standards. Barriers including unreliable internet, Training gaps and workflow disruptions limit progress, particularly in resource constrained urban facilities. As you can see, here are some of the pictures in Metro Manila's hospitals. There are long lines where, with these studies, we can create a more reliable system to help hospitals provide the utmost care that they can provide to our citizens specifically. And for our methodology, as you can see, it is a simple study. However, it can create an impactful one. First is the descriptive correlation, convenient sampling wherein we get sampling from physicians, nurses, and administrative staff who are available at the time of data gathering. We have also a validated Likert scale questionnaire wherein experts validated our questionnaire, and the data were processed and used frequency and percentage for the demographic profile. And some of the hospitals surveyed in this study were PNP General Hospital in Quezon City, Philippine Orthopedic Center, Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center, Hospital ng Parañaque, Las Piñas General Hospital, and Hospital ng Tondo. In that show, we have created our study as Metro Manila, not only in Monteparlas, because we have seen the need that not only in those areas that records management is needed. And with regards to results and discussion, most of the respondents answered were female, aged 26 to 35, and are administrative staff. They are also regular employees using mixed record keeping, and most of them have 6 years in service. When it comes to records management preparation, completeness ranked first, followed by accuracy, timeliness, and reliability. And with this, as we can see, it is very important for our administrative staff to provide complete data for our patients. And when it comes to assessment of patients' records management, completeness also comes first, followed by accurateness and timeliness and reliability. As you can see in my abstract, it has been said there that one of the gaps is timeliness and reliability. But I believe that with emerging technologies, we can create a system where we can solve those gaps using those systems. And a conclusion. It is important that LGU, hospital administration, or local government unit to partner and create a phased hospital-wide transition from predominantly paper-based or hybrid records to a standard-based electronic health record ecosystem that is explicitly designed around the 4 dimensions mentioned a while ago: completeness, accuracy, timeliness, and reliability. Role specific training for physicians as we provide them the system, nurses and record staff, minimum infrastructure standards like secure connectivity, backup power, and data encryption, clear governance for privacy and consent under completion, and performance dashboard that monitor turnaround times for record completion, retrieval, and updates, feeding back into staffing, coaching, and process redesign. In office administration, turnaround time is very important to us. As we transcribe medical transcription documents, we have to submit it on time to the doctors so they can assess the documents. And I believe that is one important thing in patient records management. It should be timely. Next is start with high volume services like the outpatient and emergency. Pilot a robust EHR or electronic health record module. Evaluate its effects on delays, missing charts, then expand incrementally while retiring redundant paper processes. And here goes the sustainability. If we use emerging technologies, systems, we can lessen the usage of papers. And it can also impact globally. And before I end my presentation, a question and a call to action to everyone, especially the local government unit and the hospital administration. How might public hospitals in Metro Manila co design and govern an electronic healthcare record system with patients, frontline staff, and regulators as partners so that it not only improves timeliness and reliability of records, but also remains resilient in the face of limited resources, infrastructure disruption, and evolving privacy relations. And with that, again, mabuhay from the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Abigail. Thank you for highlighting the importance of efficient record management in healthcare. Okay, so we will now listen to the comments and questions from our panel of reactors, Dr. Syed, Dr. Isip, and Dr. Bernardo.
Hello, good
Good
morning,
morning po.
Miss Abigail.
Hello po.
So thank you for addressing this kind of study wherein it's about records management systems and practices, no? Your research provides a holistic view that can guide improvements in hospital administration. So for this one, this is very challenging and also critical part of a study because it's about record keeping, right? So for this one, may I suggest that we can do partnership, no? Also, we can have like other institutions or other colleges, no, to make this study possible, like having our IT, no? Because nowadays all records must be digitized, right, sir? Because for records keeping, no, we don't know, no, the disasters and other unexpected happenings. Okay, so for this one, thank you, and this is another aspect of a research study.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful suggestion. We will include it in our study for future references.
Thank you, Abigail, for this presentation. It's a nice
Thank you, sir.
presentation, but I'm curious, we're living in which year? Which is the year? 2025,
Yes.
right? The record management system all over the world has changed and it has been digitized. So my curiosity here is why in Philippines we are still lacking this system and why there's a mismanagement of record systems, especially for any kind of patients. Um, so I want to know more about it and what are the barriers that you've mentioned certain barriers, but uh, to keep an AI system on data management of any record system, I think it's been now this system is becoming an obsolete. So why your government or why your departments have not taken care of this? Even in the queue system nowadays, I mean, we are heading towards such an AI system where you will have chips on your beneath the skin, I think, and there's a lot of experiments going on. Yeah, and so we are still talking about this obsolete system. So I need to know more about it in terms of your research.
Yes, Dr. Zaid.
That's only my comment, and because I'm a bit curious in this. Thank you very much.
I'm going to answer those in my research. I will be sending for publication so that it can be one of the references for future research as well for electronic healthcare system.
Yeah. Hi, Miss Abigail.
Hello, ma'am.
Again, this records management is same as our concern in the waste management in the in the Philippines. And as Dr. Said mentioned, it is really a very obsolete one. And it is true that your study has a significant potential to drive a tangible improvements in healthcare delivery in the Philippines. But the question is, the limitations in the public health. And it's really it will take a lot of, a budget and governance and the management of, especially in the in the department of health. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I believe this is a challenge that we
Very
have to
challenging
face.
one,
Yeah.
yes.
And through my mentors, I believe they will let me know how and why I'm going to implement this one. And we will try to partner with our local government unit to first start with Parañaque City and then afterwards to other cities in the Philippines.
You may start it with the with the public health in the barangay first.
Yes, ma'am. Sure,
Di
ma'am.
ba
Will
po?
do.
The muna, barangay health centers muna so we can start. At least easier kasi kapag ka-hospitals niya, malaki na eh. 'Di ba? So I think in the muna, the health center in the barangay. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Katuda, as co-author of Ma'am Abby. Actually, ma'am, you have a good idea. I already talked to Dr. Darius for the barangay level. We will start it on the barangay level, then collaboration, then also the director of the hospital ng Parañaque. I already talked to them on what is the possible things that we can do in order to collaborate with the Department of Health. And thank you for the observation.
I think you have an IT program in Parañaque.
Yeah, we have.
Or you can ask the students to do the in the capstone project, the system. You can ask the IT students to do that for the public health in barangay.
Thank you, Dr. Isi.
You.
Actually, ma'am, this will serve as our research base for an extension program of the BSIT or the Bachelor of Science in in Information Technology. Thank you so much. Po.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am Abigail. So we definitely look forward to the successful implementation of your study. Okay, so the presentations came too fast and we are now on the sixth presenter, the final presenter for the morning session. Okay, our final study to be presented this morning will introduce to us a technology-enabled barangay information system developed through academic extension initiatives. Let us welcome Ms. Dawn Iris Calibot Senate to present the study titled Kang Bagsa Digital Barangay Information System CDBIS. Okay, I'm sorry. So the study will be presented online.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, loud and clear. You may
Okay.
start your presentation po.
Let me share my screen.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay.
So we are now waiting for your presentation to be shared.
Okay. So here. Okay. Once again, good morning. I am going to present my study, Kambasa Digital Barangay Information System, or the CDBIS, an academic extension-driven solution for enhancing local governance. Before I'm going to start, let me introduce myself. By the way, my name is Dr. Iris Calibo Senet. I graduated Doctor of Information Technology at Technological Institute of the Philippines. I have also earned 33 units for PhD in Technological Management at Cebu Technological University, finished Master in Public Management and Master in Science teaching Computer Science at the University of Cebu. Presently, I am Information Technology Associate Professor, former Dean of the College of Technology, and currently the Research Director of Siquijor State College. I have made research contributions in the areas of information theory, data mining, and system development and design. I have also served technical committee member, reviewer, presenter, and chair in various conferences and journal publication. One of the mandate of state universities in the Philippines is actually to create research-based extension initiatives that translate academic knowledge into practical solution for community development. Guided by the mandate, the present study was conceptualized. This study is a development and implementation of Kangbagsa Digital Barangay Information System, which I call CBTIS, and I am the project leader, an academic extension-driven solution addressing inefficiencies in barangay manual records. So prior challenges included 2 to 3 day document processing, data inaccuracies, and limited service accessibility. The study aimed to digitize local governance, improve efficiency, ensure data integrity, and create a scalable model for community modernization. In fairness to the Philippine governance, through the DILG, or the Department of Interior and Local Government, they had actually created a barangay information system that's supposed to be adapted by all barangays in the country. However, this system is not contextualized to the need of barangay Kambatsa. That is why I stepped in as a resident of that barangay and at the same time as an IT professional. So the CBDIS was built using agile iterative methods featuring modules for resident database um, management, project monitoring, and directory services. After development, a post-implementation evaluation applied the Loan and McLean's information success model using a 21-item survey assessed system, information, service quality, and user satisfaction using a 7-point Likert scale. So for So the for the system system development, development, the the researcher researcher used used agile agile method method because it anticipates change and allows for much more flexibility than traditional method. We start by identifying the requirements such as the programming language that we need to be used, databases, and other technical requirements. After we were able to acquire the requirements, we started building the design of the system. No, this is actually taken from the user's interest in the barangay. So after that, it was implemented, tested, and installed. After a few iteratives, the process was repeated until the system actually qualifies for users' acceptance. So physically, this is how the system looks like. This This includes the includes the homepage, homepage, the resident resident database database management, management, which which includes includes the the resident resident analytics, analytics, and there's also the program monitoring analytics, and of course, the project alerts. Now, after the system has been developed, a pilot testing was conducted before final installation in the barangay office. A training was made and the data migration has taken place. Once the system was adapted, uh, the post-evaluation was made by the researcher. Alain ko sa akong kuan dong isaksa kay wala na kuan nalobat na ko. Okay, so for the results and discussion, the study assessed perception of the information system users among 50 respondents. So as you can see, for table 1 on system quality, the result shows that the system achieved a high rating across all quality measures. Error-free transaction received the highest score, 6.24, followed by response times, which is 6.12, indicating that users strongly value reliable, smooth, and efficient performance. The composite mean of 6.02 confirms that respondents agree the system consistently meets their expectation for technical quality. These findings align with the DeLone and McLean IS success model and study by Gobble et al., which highlights that the system reliability and fast response times are a key driver of user satisfaction. However, other researchers as Liveri and Sharif et al. Suggest that technical quality alone does not fully predict satisfaction, as users also expect relevant information and responsive support. This implies that the information system has established a strong technical foundation. Continuous effort are needed to maintain system stability and speed. At the same time, complementing technical improvements with effective user support and content relevance will help sustain the high level of trust and satisfaction among barangay users. For the information quality, the table shows that users rated accurate information and detailed information highest, indicating trust in the content provided by the system. Other aspects such as content variety and timely information also scored well, all within the agreed interpretation. However, reliable information received a lower mean of 5.36 suggests some reservation about consistency. These findings are in line with the Lee et al., who emphasized that accuracy and detail are critical component of perceived information quality. At the same time, studies like Wang and Strong noted that reliability and timeliness are equally important in building user confidence, and lower scores in reliability can affect overall trust. However, this implies that while the system delivers useful and accurate information, improvements are needed to ensure data is consistently reliable. Strengthening quality control in data entry, training staff on information management, and adapting automated validation tools will help address the concerns and further enhance user trust. For Table 3 on service quality, the result for service quality indicate very positive perception also, with a composite mean of 6.18 interpreted as strongly agree. Empathy, follow-up service, and competence received the highest scores, showing that users feel well supported and understood when interacting with the system's personnel. Confidence and reliability were also rated high, further confirming trust in the service provided. These findings are consistent in the serve qual model, which emphasizes that empathy, responsiveness, and assurance are critical drivers of user satisfaction. Prior research by Zetmal et al. Similarly found that consistent professional support strongly influence perception of service quality in public sector system. The implication is that strong service interaction influences perception of service quality in the public sector. This also implies that strong service interactions are key factors in sustaining satisfaction with the system. Barangay management information system should continue prioritizing staff training focused on empathy, communication skills, and problem resolution to maintain the high standards users expect and value. For the user satisfaction, the result for user satisfaction show a composite mean of 5.99, indicating that respondents generally agree they are satisfied with have accepted the CBDIS. Perceived user acceptance scored 6.08, while perceived user satisfaction was rated 9.90, reflecting that most users have integrated the system into their regular activities and view it positively. This finding aligns with the technological acceptance model, which highlights perceived usefulness and ease of use are strong predictors of user satisfaction and continued adoption. Similar studies in e-governance by Sharef et al. Have shown that when digital systems are relevant and easy to use, users are more likely to embrace them long term. This implies that the CBDIS has successfully gained community trust and integration. Management can build on the momentum by including additional features, offering refresher orientation, and promoting active user feedback to further strengthen satisfaction and long-term engagement. For the stepwise regression, estimates of construct would influence on user satisfaction of the CBDIS with a contrast on system, service, and information quality. The regression results reveal the system quality has the strongest influence on user satisfaction, followed by service quality and information quality. The model explains 65% of the variance in the satisfaction, indicating a substantial predictive power. All predictors are substantially significant, confirming their relevance to user experience. Together, the results suggest that the CBDIS is a successful example of a digital governance platform. However, sustained effort in system reliability, service responsiveness, and information consistency will be critical to maintaining user trust and satisfaction as the system evolves. Further research could explore long-term usage patterns and the impact of additional features in in the community engagement. So for the conclusion, this study assessed the Kangbagsa Digital Barangay Information System and found strong positive perception across system quality, information service quality, and user satisfaction. Also, system quality scored highest overall, highlighting the importance of reliable, efficient performance. Information quality was rated positively for accuracy and detail. Some concerns about reliability suggest the need for improved data consistency. Service quality, however, achieved excellent ratings, especially for empathy and competence, confirming the responsive support in significantly enhances satisfaction. And lastly, the regression results show that the system quality had the greatest impact on user satisfaction, followed by service and information quality, aligning with established information system success models. These are the references of my paper. And before I am going to stop, I would also would like to recommend for the enhancement of system reliability and data consistency by conducting regular database audits, continuous system optimization, and of course, provide continuous trainings to the barangay users. Every barangay community has the power to create change. One decision, one effort, one innovation at a time. And I'm also hoping that this system, with the implementation of the CBDIS, it will also be adapted in other barangay later on so that our dream for a sustainable information management system to all government unit actually be realized. Thank you so much for listening and good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kaliba Senit, for that innovative and solution-oriented presentation. Ma'am, we will now ask our panel of reactors for their comments or questions. Dr. Sayed, Dr. Isib, and Dr. Bernardo.
Okay, good morning, Miss Dawn.
Good morning.
Yeah, of course, your studies very relevant and timely, especially nowadays in the AI age, right? And I think this is, I mean, it is, uh, I mean, a call for the government or for the LGU to really allot a budget for the information technology, because that is one of the concerns of the barangay, right? Or the
Yes.
LGU themselves, no? The budget in the information technology. So we can, the project in the information technology will materialize and be implemented in the government, and it's for the people, no? It's really their commitment to give an efficient service, no? From the day one, aside from the charter or the theories, they are putting or posting in the LGU, but they have to really um, you know implement the information or the AI technology in the local government. That's all, and thank you for your study, Miss Dawn. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stone, for your presentation. And Yeah, most of my comments have been already taken by Dr. Asif, please. So there's nothing much to add on it, but good job. Thank you very much. Looking for the implementations on AI. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, the system is already implemented. Data migration was already also made in the barangay. So now it is already utilized by the people in Barangay Cambagsa. We're now moving for phase two, and that is for the implementation of the system to other barangay units so that it will actually be adaptive and more scalable. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, Miss Zon. So thank you for your study. So for the recommendations, no. So since you are in the phase two in the implementation, so we can have this like the evaluation, of course, no, for successfully implementing this research study, and of course, um the training programs. Maybe the second part no of your study, maybe the training program, so for those in the barangay, no, they can adopt the new system because not all is really interested no in the technology, especially those aging not aging but elderly season employees. Okay, so yeah, so maybe we can have those types of training programs.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, but actually we have already started our user training since the system is already in the barangays now. We are hoping to get other features included in the system so that we can conduct another training for our clientels. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am very happy to share my study with you. Actually, we really would want to be with you physically, but because of travel constraints, we're not able to, but it is our commitment to be with you and to be in this endeavor of sustainability. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Don. And that ends the morning session of research presentations. I will now turn the microphone to Ma'am Joy for instructions and reminders.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sherry and Medrano Bacolod, and to all our presenters for this morning. And we're down to the last part of our morning session. We're in. We will have another keynote speaker. And allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. She is an associate professor of in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And for over 23 years, she dedicated her career to education, community empowerment. And since 20 2005, she has been deeply involved in extensive community outreach programs focused on supporting indigenous people. She has also been a champion for innovative teaching methodologies, and her commitment extends beyond the classroom. She is a passionate advocate for the rights and welfare of marginalized communities, and recognizing the importance of peace and security, she began training in the prevention and countering of violence extremism in 2008, which has greatly informed her community engagement work. And in 2013, her mentorship at the National Youth Congress effectively advanced key issues related to youth, peace, and national development. She was awarded with the CMO Soldier Award in 2013 and the Bayanihan Award in 2014, and received Best Paper Presentation Award for her research on madrasa education at the International Research Conference for Higher Education in Pattaya, Thailand in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome our keynote speaker for this afternoon, Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima R. Morales. A round of applause, please.
Yes, the word is Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. For our online participants, there's been a little slight changes on the schedule since we still have time. So we decided to have, they decided to have an early now since I'm already here. So, the discussion, this is a follow-up regarding, of course, the last year's presentation wherein I won the best paper presentation. So that's the weight of being a best paper presenter. Now you will be a keynote speaker. Okay, so the discussion would be more on curriculum and philosophy for an ecologically just society, building inclusivity, harnessing AI, and advancing global collaboration. Yesterday was indeed a very fruitful and knowledgeable, very productive discussions regarding these topics. So allow me to culminate those discussions. So to begin with, I shall pose a question. What kind our society are we educating as of the moment? With this emergence of technology as mentioned by our presenters this morning. Today, this is a question which echoes louder than ever as climate crisis, digital disruptions, and inequality reshape our classrooms and our community. Next slide, please. Education, as we know, ever since in time immemorial, must empower every learner to build a sustainable future. But what if this access to education remains deeply unequal, while some learners in the urban city is actually exploring the use of artificial intelligence? The rest of the parts of the Philippines and even in Southeast Asia, the global south, in Africa, are still studying under the candlelight. This exists as a reality. This gap is not merely, as claimed by other, digital, merely digital. This is ethical. An ecologically just society begins when education itself becomes just. How it will become just? When curriculum, technology, and inclusivity, as what was our first two discussant mentioned, converge for the common good. That is a shared vision of what we call an ecologically just education. So it comprises a question again on what we teach, how we include, and how we are collaborating globally. This defined the kind of our future our students are into when we talk about sustainability. Because education itself is best when, and we, as what we always hear from other, this is a non-disclaimer, it's in my own perspective as of course in the education. We are not preparing for the futures. We are creating future for a student. It's not a preparation, it's a creation of what they will be in the future as an educator. Next slide, please. I think that's slide 3. That's slide 3, right? Yeah. No, previous slide. Yeah, okay. So in terms of rethinking sustainability for, rather the curriculum for sustainability, a future-ready curriculum is more than an updated content. We all are now catching up with this AI, generative AI, edge AI, so many. But it's not just the content. Remember, as one of my best professor in the graduate school who just passed away weeks ago, Dr. Villa mentioned, the teacher is the curriculum. Why the teacher? A curriculum is a living framework. And it is us as educator who make that it becomes a living being. A living framework that connects knowledge, not to technology alone, but knowledge to conscience. It integrates sustainability, ethics, and digital literacy into every discipline. It teaches not only what to think, but what matters most is how to sustain it. From my own perspective, no, as mentioned by our moderator, no, being now, no, 23 last year, now it's 25, not rather 24. The 24 years of teaching allow me to have a little storytelling in terms of my experience at the university through interdisciplinary and community-based programs. Most of my times during my agility, when I still have the agility, most flexible, I used to roam around to the community, travel to Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and then try to rethink how will I um, transfer this live experience inside the classroom. So right now, I'm teaching technical communications and technical writing, not in one discipline. I am teaching it to mechanical engineering, electronics communication engineering, at the same time, BS in education, major in English. 3 different programs, 1 general education subject or course. But imagine if your engineering students, me as a technical communication instructor, I now task my students to provide a technical report on renewable energy system, not on the urban areas, but for rural areas. And they will defend it next year, no, second week. And I hope our engineers will be there to host, no, and to graciously panel with my students. My communication major students provide technical communication in campaigning for sustainable awareness, ecological awareness. And of course, as an education major, I ask my students to provide a technical report in embedding sustainable development goals in their classroom learning plans. So that how teachers help this curriculum a living being by providing it to the common good. Education students embed, so this is the curriculum that I say, as a disclaimer for my own analysis, is the conscience, curriculum with conscience, where success is measured. And I am not measuring my student success based on the examinations that I've made, but more on the impact that they will create, that rather they will create out of these outputs in my course. It's from what students know to what students must sustain. But even the most sustainable curriculum is incomplete unless every learner can access. And that brings us to the foundation of inclusivity. The claim that education must be for all. That education, no one must be left behind. With that, the OECD, and of course, together with the SDGs and the UN, had this concept of inclusivity. And later on, the CAS provided the model for the universal design learning or universal design for learning. So let's jump into the next slide. I hope you're coping up because I'm summing it up the entire. Okay, so what's UDL? It's inclusivity as justice. UDL or universal design for learning reminds us as what Dr. Cristobal emphasized and really touches the heart. As we recently said, with the heart. Every learner perceives, processes, and expresses knowledge differently. These 3 principles of UDL, which is multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression, transcend to what the students can critically think about the situation or about the content we are providing. When we design learning this way, inclusion is not just an afterthought. Inclusion becomes our standard. Imagine a classroom where digital tools are adopted for learners instead of the learners adopting the technology. Where neurodiverse and marginalized students thrive not because we made space for them, but because the space was designed with them. That makes a living curriculum. And as AI continues, we reshape education. This justice must anchor from our innovation as teachers in the classroom. Inclusivity is not an accommodation, it's an educational justice. Next slide, please. So then, uh, rampants and many. Right now, every people is clamoring about the AI technology. But when you listen to teacher, how far have you used it? Have guidelines and principles have been made? Is is it ethically transparent? How are we taking accountability for this generated AIs? So then let us try to harness AI with an opportunities and gaps. AI is transforming how we teach, learn, and connect. But likely any powerful tool, its value depends on how and for whom we used it. It's again depends on how, ethically, and for whom, transparency, and we use it, accountability. In developing nations such as our country in the Southeast Asia, AI already supports personalized learning in the special education to which I am having my second PhD, the Individualized Education Program or IAP. So this context, no, it's a matter of how we delegate or have this predictive analytics and research acceleration on how to intensify or let's say develop the IEPs because this is done individually as per learner. In developing nations, we still faces barriers, definitely with infrastructures. Generative AIs requires a lot of energy, and it was explained to me by one of our engineers here, no, Engineer Darsan. And the teaching training, most importantly, policy readiness. That's really not difficult as AI really emerges. We have the super AI right now. No. You can have an AI just like an app on the phone that does not require internet. Yeah, that's Edge AI. Imagine AI-driven translation tool bridging Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia's diverse languages, or chatbots guiding rural learners in local dialects, and offline accessibility. Of course, in the city, it's easy for us to have these tools. But how about the rural areas, far-flung areas, mountainous areas, where the infrastructure, rather the geographical or the typography of the area affects the connection? So that is what I call collaborative digital equity, making AI a bridge, making AI a bridge, not a barrier. The question is no longer if we integrate AI. Definitely, we must integrate AI, but how inclusivity we do the integration, how ethically designed, and how collaboratively we share this technology. Next slide, please. For global collaboration, building a digital commons. No nation can educate for sustainability in isolation. The global north versus the global south? That's not the way. We need a digital common for education, a shared ecosystem of ideas, of tools, of partnership. Picture this: AI for inclusion work, where universities co-create AI tools for multilingual low bandwidth classrooms, which our rural areas need. Global virtual classroom, where students from Asia, Africa, and Europe co-design. Teachers are not gatekeepers of information alone. Because of these technologies, students must co-design it with us for sustainability. The several initiative like the OER, which I have been using since 2005, Open Educational Resources, no, Alliance for the Global South, where local learners' materials become shared global issues. I've been using open access software since 2005, and this gives way to those proprietary softwares that limits my students to use it. And now it's really rampantly. So I'm really happy as a one doing and using these tools, how it emerges from the time I used it in 2005 to 2025. It's really amazing, the development and the progress. Very the drastic, information development, and the likes. So global partnership for our not so developed countries is not a charity. Let's that bear in mind. We're not asking for charity, but we are reciprocating the learning methods that they use. Charity is not. It's reciprocity, reciprocality. Ah, I'm not an English major. Next slide, please. And of course, so what do? We need action, as what has been mentioned by our panels: evaluation, measurement, training, tools, a call to action. What? On shared responsibility, as what ICMAS for its fourth year is pursuing, a shared responsibility for a sustainable future. So, where do we begin? We begin when we redesign education as a moral and ecological action by building inclusive classroom grounded in UDL, by nurturing AI literacy for teachers so that technology strengthens empathy rather than replacing it. We cannot be replaced by AI. We can teach AI how to do empathy. So we're students. We can talk to them even it's 300, 400. These tools are really good. And of course, we have to forge cross-border collaboration that turns into now, after the cross-border collaboration, definitely it would be a shared action. A sustainable society begins, a challenge to all as classroom teacher. It will begin with our own respective classrooms, where every learner, regardless of now, not just ability, but geography, learners not just, we don't teach them that the reason you study is you have to make a living. No? Learners does just not make a living. You should not embed that in their minds. But to make a difference. Just like us. That's the reason we share researches. It's not just to share our knowledge, but we believe that through the researches that we shared, we can make a difference. And I'm happy as it evolves. No? So we are discussing year 1, 2, 3, 4, and how this you as researchers evolve and create more impactful studies. And would really from my heart, really, really very happy. So a round of applause to everyone. ICMAS is not just a one-time relationship. For 4 years, we've been seeing similar faces, not because they're obliged to. That's out of concern, but because you are here, willing to share this knowledge for the common good. So again, as together we rebuild that future, as what I said, one inclusive, intelligent, and sustainable lesson at a time. Last slide, please. Collaboration. No, this last slide. Yeah. Next. Next, the last slide. Yeah, the key takeaways. Okay. So for the condensed takeaways, again, curriculum must connect knowledge to conscience. Inclusivity in the foundation of sustainability. AI must be guided by equity and ethics. Collaboration is the new curriculum. Even in my faith in Islam, it said, seek knowledge, may it be far, as far from, and seek knowledge from cradle to grave. So as my final words, again, as a call to action, fellow researchers, let's build this education. Let's build their future, one inclusive, intelligent, and sustainable lessons at a time. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima Morales, for that very informative and heartwarming presentation. And I would relate it to the first presentation that we have in the AM session, that is a teaching with the heart. That's how I perceived the speech of um, Associate Professor Morales. That we have to be, that knowledge and consciousness should meet. It should be with empathy. It should be ethical, so that we can be able to make it the students from learning to sustaining. Once again, thank you so much, and a warm round of applause to our second keynote speaker. And at this point, we will be having our photo opportunity. May we invite our presenters to be here in front, while our keynote speakers, co-conference chairs, and the managing director of the Academia Research Lab to sit, so that we can have a better photo. May I invite everyone, please join us here in front. And to our virtual participants, you may open your camera, so be included on our picture taking. Please wear your best smiles. Presenters, you may stand here in front of our stage. Go ahead, everyone. And all the attendees, please join us. Thank you. Everyone, sustain your smile. Maintain your smile, rather. All right, in 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, say hi. Wave your hand. All right, thank you so much, everyone. And now we will be moving on to the awarding of certificate of presentation, participation, and of course, recognition. Okay, once again, thank you so much to our presenters, session chairs, and attendees for this morning. And we will now be moving on to the awarding of certificate of participation, recognition, and presentation. So let's begin with our session, our keynote speaker this morning. And allow me to read the citation. And before that, may I invite our the managing director of Academia Research Lab, Engineer Susmita Priyadarsani, Engineer Darshan Sahu, our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Sharon Morales, Dr. Sayid Ahmad Amid, and co-conference chair, Assistant Professor Jefferson Epserano here in front to award the certificates. And allow me to read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to in grateful acknowledgement and appreciation of his unwavering dedication and engagement as guest speaker during the Fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, leaving a lasting impact and inspiring all participants. Given this 14th and 15th day of December 2025 at Radisson Hotel, Da Nang, Vietnam, signed by the Executive Director, Susmita Priyadarsani, and Honorable Desiderio R. Apag III. Apag III. Once again, the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Stephen J. Sumailo. May I invite Dr. Zahid, Associate Professor Sharima Morales, to present the certificate of participation. And may we ask our presenters to please sit while we are awarding the certificate of recognition. Thank you so much, Dr. Sumalo, and we are hoping to see you on our next conference. And certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Federico Roy Jr. for presenting comparative analysis of DC-DC converter topologies for solar panel application under variable irradiance. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Federico Roy Jr. Together with a certificate of appearance. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Harold Day of B. Cristobal for presenting the research topic Teaching with a Heart, How Physical Education Faculty Inclusion Practices Shape the Confidence of Student Living with Ventricular Shunts. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano as co-author. A round of applause, please, everyone. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Rodel C. Mendoza for the presentation of the research study Project Rodel, Strengthening HR Development Through Community-Based Literacy, Extension in Barangay SMDP, Parañaque City. Also, certificate of presentation is awarded to Myla G. Hernandez as co-author. Once again, may we invite All right, thank you so much and congratulations. And another certificate of presentation is awarded to Ms. Pauline B. Marquez for presenting the research study Emerging Technologies for Kitchen Waste Management in the Philippines, a synthesis study with application in Parañaque City. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Ms. Abigail Jean Abilado as co-author. Congratulations. another certificate of presentation is awarded to Ms. Abigail Dean M. Abelardo for the research presentation, assessment of patients' record management and records management practices of selected public hospital in Monte Parlas. I'd like to call Ms. Amelita F. Katugda as co-author. Thank you so much and congratulations to all our physical presenters. And now we will be awarding the certificate of presentation to our virtual presenter. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Don Iris Calibo Senet of Siquijor State College, Philippines for presenting the research study Kang Bagsa Digital Barangay Information System, an academic extension-driven solution for enhancing local governance. Thank you so much and congratulations, Dr. Don Iris Calibo Senet. We will be sending you the soft copy of your certificate of presentation. And last but not the least, we will be awarding the certificate to our keynote speaker and session chair. Once again, I'd like to invite the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab together with Engineer Darshan Sahu, Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano, the co-chair, and Dr. Sayed Ahmad Mamid to present the certificate of recognition. Once again, let me read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to as a keynote speaker for your exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Your keynote address significantly enriched the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, leaving a lasting impact and inspiring all participants. Given this 14th and 15th day of December 2025 at Radisson Hotel, Da Nang, Vietnam. Please remain on stage, and now we will be awarding the certificate for our session chair. The certificate of recognition is awarded to as session chair for your exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation during the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society held at Radisson Hotel, Da Nang, Vietnam. Once again, the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod. Thank you so much, ma'am, for extending your expertise and for supporting the fourth ICMAS. Thank you so much, everyone. And the time is 12:55 in the afternoon. So we have 1 hour break for lunch. You can enjoy the lunch on the first floor. And we will be coming here by 2 p.m. Second floor, sorry. Okay. So you enjoy the lunch and see you in 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. And of course, to our online, that's part of, live moderation. Okay, and see you to our virtual attendees at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management Global Summit 2024.
first of all, I am very happy. As I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sectors.
I feel like especially after the COVID-19, when the whole world kind of putting a stop on the hospitality and tourism industry, now having a lot of researchers actually continue their study on hospitality and tourism, it has a huge impact on the future in terms of the diversity of topics. They're looking into not really the data impact, but also the practical one. So in my opinion, it's gonna contribute to the growth of the industry in the future.
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you, Globe Summit, for the invitations to me to become the keynote speaker for this event. I'm very glad to be part of the event that has sparked a positive change and inspired others to drive sustainable developments for the future generations. The event was fantastic. It's a blend of meaningful connections and interactive sections that will make a long-lasting impact to everyone involved. Thank you.
Selamat petang Malaysia, sayangi Kuala Lumpur.
Today I'm joining a very prestigious conference here that provide a platform for all the researchers and scholars in a multidisciplinary action where they provide some collaborative platform.
And I'm really delighted to be here. This is actually the very first conference where I am giving a presentation, coming together, sharing their research and their ideas, but most importantly, looking at the human factor in education.
I'm
I'm very happy to this conference and look very nice and people are very happy in the conference like a family.
With this seminar, we really learn about the different approach on sustainability. This is a very good platform for us to meet as academicians and learn about.
This is my first journey as a researcher, where I found that ICMAS is a very good opportunity for a new researcher to share the ideas to the world. So I'm very happy to be here.
ICMASS events today. This is a great platform for the associates to exchange valuable data, to apply in their research area, and also to their real-life work.
For the invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Hello, I am Sanjay from Assistant Professor of Zoology, Digvijay PG Autonomous College, Rangamgaon. This is my first experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Jomar L. Abad and I'm from Gomaran Marcos Memorial State University in the Philippines, and I'm here in Bangkok, Thailand, in the Radisson Hotel, where we're having the third international conference.
I'm very happy to
announce that we have successfully commenced a one-day international conference at Radisson, Sukhumvit. And I'm happy that all you came and had a great, insightful day. Thank you.
Welcome to the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. It is a great pleasure to be here today with esteemed research scholars, academicians, and students.
So that's everyone here okay now? Top 10 of cities being impacted by race.
Beyond the old city, a pathway to the center for this afternoon's ambo.
And also I would like...
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Again, thank you so much, everyone, and see you on the second day of our conference at 8 a.m., same venue.
To the second day of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society.
President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Louis Pardon, and of course, the dear...
Joy Martinez from the Philippines, and I am a licensed professional teacher. And
those working night shift that suggest the organizing to the distinguished panel reactors and to my colleagues in the academe.
Like website quality, information quality, security, communication, among others. And based on...
There's no way that, in fact, one of our directors asked me, can we add more tests
as part of my recommendations?
The gross...
For one, it's a massive issue. Most parents, unfortunately, grandma didn't teach their daughters.
much.
Good day, everyone. I'm Radfay Damasca of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging.
Who have a department just for handling big data. And LMS, of course, all of us are very familiar with applications like Moodle,
Title. How does this scenario actually relate to this?
Sorry, sir?
I mean, how does this scenario, that there is a lack of harmony among...
We are delighted to welcome you again to the second day of the Second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology.
From Multidisciplinary University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in Second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
morning, Thailand, or should I say, Sawadee Ka, Thailand. A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second Globe Summit, Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management. We are here at the beautiful Radisson Resort and Suites in Phuket, Thailand. By the way, my name is John Christopher Prias, and I will be your conference moderator for today.
Since morning has been such an insightful, engaging, exciting day. I have learned so much, and one key word that has been ongoing was the word collaboration. And I'm happy to say that I have seen the collaboration. By the time we're going for lunch, I've made some beautiful networks with people who live in different parts of the world and who we were already having conversations around how we can collaborate and work together. So I must say, being day one, I'm already very excited that I signed up for this.
Accommodation-wise, it's terrific, and I thank the organisers for inviting me to the conference. It's been a great networking session. I've met many people, including Liz over here, and many other people from different fields, different backgrounds, different academic persuasions. So overall, I've really enjoyed my time here in the first day.
Hello to our on-site and online participants via Zoom. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of our second Globe Summit on Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management.
I want to say for the next conference by the Global Summit to join. You gotta have the new idea. You gotta have new friends. You have to have the academician, the new academic, and the good friend too. Hopefully, see you next time.
The heart of the city, the dreams intertwine. We're building a future, your hand in mine. Voices rising like a symphony, loud and clear. Together we're stronger, let go of the fear.
I would like to invite all the researchers out there, please do support Academia Research Lab. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the kindest. They are the kindest in the business. Try them out soon.
All right, there you have it. You didn't hear it from me. You heard it from our delegates for this summit. What an amazing opportunity Academia Research Lab provides to researchers and authors out there to really share their ideas and research papers across various disciplines. You decide if you're tall enough to be a
Looking forward that these seminars should be initiative of the researcher and of course educator and the other entities who will be working for the progress and development in order to improve the reform educational landscape in our Philippine setting. looking forward to forging more cooperation, closer cooperation, and sustainable agricultural practices as well as sustainable research practices to foster the relationship between different countries.
Looking forward for another collaboration, more of an internationalization, globalization, as well as a more specific academic discipline in the upcoming researches.
Hello, I am Charisse Jasmine de la Cruz Poff, fourth-year nursing student from Bulacan State University San Rafael Campus. So I am expecting po na I will gain a lot of knowledge about other research from other researchers po around the other school po. And also I am expecting po or wishing po na ma-publish yung aming research study internationally.
So this is my second time around to participate in the activity, and I'm very much grateful to be here. To all of the facilitator and to all of the members and partners of this activity, thank you so much. The learning that I have gained in here, hopefully it will be utilized and contextualized po in the context of our university.
I am delighted being part of this very important gathering in the field of research. I am looking forward also that with this from Olivares College, Philippines, that it will continue to propagate the result of the research in various disciplines such that it will contribute to the improvement of the existing systems and practices across levels of governance, across the organization.
Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management Global Summit 2024.
First of all, I am very happy. As I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sectors.
I feel like especially after the COVID-19, when the whole world kind of putting a stop on the hospitality and tourism industry, now having a lot of researchers actually continue their study on hospitality and tourism, it has a huge impact on the future in terms of the diversity of topics. They're looking into not really the data impact, but also the practical one. So in my opinion, it's gonna contribute to the growth of the industry in the future.
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you, Globe Summit, for the invitations to me to become the keynote speaker for this event. I'm very glad to be part of the event that has sparked the positive change and inspired others to drive sustainable developments for the future generations. The event was fantastic. It's a blend of meaningful connections and interactive sections that will make a long-lasting impact to everyone involved. Thank you.
Selamat petang Malaysia, sayangi Kuala Lumpur.
Today I'm joining a very prestigious conference here that provide a platform for all the researchers and scholars in a multidisciplinary action where they provide some collaborative platform.
And I'm really delighted to be here. This is actually the very first conference where I am giving a presentation, coming together, sharing their research and their ideas, but most importantly, looking at the human factor in education.
I'm very happy to this conference and look very nice, and people are very happy in the conference like a family.
With this seminar, we really learn about the different approach on sustainability. This is a very good platform for us to meet as academicians and learn about
my first journey as a researcher, where I found that ICMAS is a very good opportunity for a new researcher to share the ideas to the world. So I'm very happy to be here.
ICMASS events today. This is a great platform for the associates to exchange valuable data to apply in their research area and also to their real-life work.
For the invite me through joining today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and India.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Assistant Professor of Zoology, Digvijay PG, Arts College, Rangamgaon. This is my first experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Jomar L. Abad and I'm from Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in the Philippines, and I'm here in Bangkok, Thailand, in the Radisson Hotel, where we're having the third international conference.
I'm very happy to announce that we have successfully commenced a one-day international conference at Radisson, Sukhumvit. And I'm happy that all you came and had a great, insightful day. Thank you.
Welcome to the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. It is a great pleasure to be here today with esteemed research scholars, academicians, and students.
So that's everyone here okay now? Top 10 of cities being impacted by race.
Cagayan de Oro City, a pathway to the center for this afternoon's
Ambo. And also I would like...
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Again, thank you so much, everyone, and see you on the second day of our conference at 8 a.m., same venue.
Welcome to the second day of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society.
President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Louis Pardon, and of course, the dear...
Mila Joy Martinez from the Philippines, and I am a licensed professional teacher. And
those working night shift that suggest the organization to the distinguished panel reactors and to my colleagues in the academe.
Like website quality, information quality, security, communication, among others. And based on...
There's no way that, in fact, one of our directors asked me, can we add more tests as part of my recommendations?
The gross...
For one, it's a massive issue. Most parents, unfortunately, the grandma didn't teach their daughters
Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. I'm Radha Maska of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging.
will have a department just for handling big data. And LMS, of course, all of us are very familiar with applications like Moodle.
Title: how does this scenario actually relate to this?
Sorry, sir?
I mean, how does this scenario, that there is a lack of harmony among...
We are delighted to welcome you again to the second day of the second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology.
From Multidisciplinary University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Good morning, Thailand, or should I say, Sawadee Ka, Thailand. A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Second Globe Summit, Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management. We are here at the beautiful Radisson Resort and Suites in Phuket, Thailand. By the way, my name is John Christopher Prias, and I will be your conference moderator for today.
Since morning has been such an insightful, engaging, exciting day. I have learned so much, and one key word that has been ongoing was the word collaboration. And I'm happy to say that I have seen the collaboration. By the time we're going for lunch, I've made some beautiful networks with people who live in different parts of the world and who we were already having conversations around how we can collaborate and work together. So I must say, being day one, I'm already very excited that I signed up for this.
accommodation-wise, it's terrific, and I thank the organisers for inviting me to the conference. It's been a great networking session. I've met many people, including Liz over here, and many other people from different fields, different backgrounds, different academic persuasions. So overall, I've really enjoyed my time here in the first day.
Hello to our on-site and online participants via Zoom. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of our second Globe Summit on Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management.
I want to say for the next conference by the Global Summit to join. You gotta have the new idea. You gotta have new friends. You have to have the academician, the new academic, and the good friend too. Hopefully, see you next time.
The heart of the city, the dreams intertwine. We're building a future, your hand in mine. Voices rising like a symphony, loud and clear. Together we're stronger, let go of the fear.
I would like to invite all the researchers out there. Please do support Academia Research Lab.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are the kindest. They're the kindest in the business. Try them out soon.
All right, there you have it. You didn't hear it from me. You heard it from our delegates for this summit. What an amazing opportunity Academia Research Lab provides to researchers and authors out there to really share their ideas and research papers across various disciplines.
You decide if you're tall enough to be a professor.
Looking forward that these seminars should be initiative of the researcher and of course educator and the other entities who will be working for the progress and development in order to improve the reform educational landscape in our Philippine setting. We are looking forward to forging more cooperation, closer cooperation, and sustainable agricultural practices as well as sustainable research practices to foster the relationship between different countries.
Looking forward for another collaboration, more of an internationalization, globalization, as well as a more specific academic discipline in the upcoming researches.
am Charisse Jasmine de la Cruz Poff, fourth-year nursing student from Bulacan State University San Rafael Campus. So I am expecting po na I will gain a lot of knowledge about other research from other researchers po around the other school po. And also I am expecting po or wishing po na ma-publish yung aming research study internationally.
So this is my second time around to participate in the activity, and I'm very much grateful to be here. To all of the facilitator and to all of the members and partners of this activity, thank you so much. The learning that I have gained in here, hopefully it will be utilized and contextualized po in the context of our university.
I am delighted being part of this very important gatherings in the field of research. I am looking forward also that with this from Olivares College, Philippines, that it will continue to propagate the result of the research in various disciplines such that it will contribute to the improvement of the existing systems and practices across levels of governance, across the organization.
Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management Global Summit 2024.
First of all, I am very happy. As I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sectors.
I feel like especially after the COVID-19, when the whole world kind of putting a stop on the hospitality and tourism industry, now having a lot of researchers actually continue their study on hospitality and tourism, it has a huge impact on the future in terms of the diversity of topics. They're looking into not really the data impact, but also the practical one. So in my opinion, it's gonna contribute to the growth of the industry in the future.
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you, Globe Summit, for the invitations to me to become the keynote speaker for this event. I'm very glad to be part of the event that has sparked a positive change and inspired others to drive sustainable developments for the future generations. The event was fantastic. It's a blend of meaningful connections and interactive sections that will make a long-lasting impact to everyone involved. Thank you.
Selamat petang Malaysia, sayangi Kuala Lumpur.
Today I'm joining a very prestigious conference here that provide a platform for all the researchers and scholars in a multidisciplinary action where they provide some collaborative platform.
And I'm really delighted to be here. This is actually the very first conference where I am giving a presentation, coming together, sharing their research and their ideas, but most importantly, looking at the human factor in education.
I'm very happy to this conference and look very nice, and people are very happy in the conference like a family.
With this seminar, we really learn about the different approach on sustainability. This is a very good platform for us to meet as academicians and learn about
This is my first journey as a researcher, where I found that IC Mass is a very good opportunity for a new researcher to share the ideas to the world. So I'm very happy to be here.
ICMASS events today. This is a great platform for the associates to exchange valuable data, to apply in their research area, and also to their real-life work.
invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Hello, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Digvijay PG Autonomous College, Nandgaon. This is my first experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Jomar L. Abad and I'm from Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in the Philippines, and I'm here in Bangkok, Thailand, in the Radisson Hotel, where we're having the third international conference.
I'm very happy to announce that we have successfully commenced a one-day international conference at Radisson, Sukhumvit. And I'm happy that all you came and had a great, insightful day. Thank you.
Welcome to the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. It is a great pleasure to be here today with esteemed research scholars, academicians, and students.
So that's everyone here okay now? Top 10 of cities being impacted by race.
Beyond the Oro City, a pathway to the center for this afternoon's campo.
And also I would like...
Just go ahead. Okay.
Again, thank you so much, everyone, and see you on the second day of our conference at 8 a.m., same venue.
Good afternoon, everyone. In a few minutes, we will resume the afternoon session of
To the second day of the third international conference on multidisciplinary approach for sustainable society.
President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Lois Pardon, and of course, the dear
Mila Joy Martinez from the Philippines, and I am a licensed professional teacher and
those working night shift that suggest the
training to the distinguished panel actors and to my colleagues in the academe.
dimensions like website quality, information quality, security, communication, among others. And based on
there's no way that in fact one of our directors asked me, can we add more tests
as part of my recommendations?
The gross
for one, it's a massive issue. Most parents, unfortunately, grandma didn't teach their daughters
Okay, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so we're now continuing our the presentation of our researchers for today. And now we will begin the technical session 2 with another set of presenters. And this session is still guided by the same guidelines from the session 1. And to begin the session, may I invite here in front our panel reactors. You may sit again on the designated seats for you. We have the Associate Research Supervisor from Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia, Dr. Syed Mahmood Amid. And our second panel of reactor, the campus director of BUP Pulilan Campus, Dr. Marilyn Ipize, and the head of academic program of BUP Pulilan Campus, Dr. Joanna Marie Bernardo. A round of applause, please, to our panel of reactors. And our session chair for this afternoon session, he serves as the head of academic programs at PUP Parañaque City Campus, and he is currently the co-chair of the 4th ICMAS 2025. He holds a bachelor degree in physical education, master in physical education and sports, and currently taking the PhD in physical education and sports at the University of Perpetual Health System Delta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause to Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mila Joy Martinez. And now to continue the insightful, meaningful presentation for this afternoon, let's have our first presenter. Our first presenter is Maria Angela B. Marikit with the topic, The Influence of Green Practices and Modern Office Management on Employer Retention Through Employee Engagement in BPO Companies of Parañaque City. Again, please welcome our first presenter, Ms. Angela B. Marikit from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Okay, apology for the technicalities. Um, Miss Marikit will present later afterwards, after the second presenter. So let's now proceed for our second presenter with the topic leadership style, gender, and or organizational environmental citizenship behavior in school, a worry-aligned analysis. Please welcome our presenter is Mr. R.D. Tarok.
Am I audible?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good
Okay, sir.
afternoon, everyone. The title of my study is Leadership Styles, Gender, and Organizational Environmental Citizenship Behavior in Schools, a worry-aligned analysis. Actually, an expansion from my previous study, leadership styles displayed by school managers and their implications for organizational environmental citizenship behavior, published in 2022 in Neurocontology Index by Scopus. This presentation examines how leadership styles, gender, and environmental citizenship behavior interact within school organizations framed through innovation and sustainability indicators aligned with the World University Rankings for Innovation. I am Dr. Rowell Ditarok, currently the Vice President for Partnerships, Research, Innovation, Monitoring, and Extension, or PRIME, of Siquijor State College. Professor Six, with more than 35 years of teaching experience, that specializes in physics, calculus, educational leadership, and graduate school research. Graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Education, major in mathematics, obtained a degree of Master of Arts in Science Teaching, major in physics, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, and completed academic requirements in Doctor of Education, major in Science Education under the CHED dissertation grant, an active reviewer for international refereed journals, and a sustainability-focused researcher. Abstract. This study investigates the relationship between leadership styles and organizational environmental citizenship behavior among school personnel. It explores gender dimensions and aligns the analysis with innovation and sustainability perspectives under worry. Using a quantitative survey approach, the study identifies leadership approaches that best promote voluntary environmental responsibility in schools. So in this slide, I would like to emphasize relationship, gender, and innovation. Description. We all know that schools play a crucial role in shaping sustainable behavior. Leadership influences how teachers and staff voluntarily engage in environmentally responsible actions, often beyond formal job requirements. This study responds to the growing need for leadership models that support sustainability, inclusivity, and innovation in education systems. So the emphasis in this slide is voluntary, which is beyond compliance. Results and discussion under leadership styles. Results indicate that servant leadership and transformational leadership show the strongest positive relationship with environmental citizenship behavior. Leaders who prioritize service, collaboration, and ethical influence tend to foster a culture of shared environmental responsibility. Under gender patterns, gender-based analysis revealed nuanced patterns. Certain leadership styles appear more effective depending on gender dynamics within the organization, hence suggesting the importance of gender-responsive leadership development. Under worry alignment, these findings align with worry dimensions such as leadership innovation, ethical governance, and social responsibility, highlighting thereby how educational leadership contributes to sustainability innovation. Conclusion. In conclusion, leadership grounded in service, ethics, and collaboration significantly strengthens environmental citizenship behavior in schools. Integrating gender perspectives and innovation oriented frameworks like WORRY can enhance sustainability culture, inform leadership training, and support institutional transformation. Let me emphasize to you, my dear audience, that sustainability in education begins with leadership that empowers people. In closing, let me give you this adage. Leadership is not just authority, it is responsibility for the future. That ends my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tarok, for your very insightful leadership research to enlighten that leadership is a responsibility. And now let's have the question and answer with our panel of reactor. Who would like to ask first?
Good afternoon, Dr. Tarak. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tarak, I was a nice presentation. Thank you for your presentation, first of all.
Thank you, sir.
However, I needed to understand more in depth of your gender leadership. What exactly are you referring to as a gender?
Gender. So why focus on gender in leadership? Gender, we know that gender influences leadership perception, communication, and collaboration styles, including gender perspectives that ensures inclusivity and helps institutions design leadership development programs that are more responsive and, equitable. That is why it is included in the WORRY and the MY framework as gender.
Thank you,
in
Dr.
leadership.
Tero. My question is, which gender are you specifically doing it, or are you taking gender as a common ground?
Well, in this study, I am correlating gender in the leadership perception. So more or less, I would like to know whether my study that leadership styles will greatly affect gender, because I have observed that some of the majority of the respondents are females. I mean males. How come only few females? So that is have an impact. That is why I dig deeper whether there is a significant contribution or influence on the leadership styles.
So you're basically targeting female gender as opposed to the male gender, and that's your specific study, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My second question, you talked about servant leadership, and at the same time, you're talking about CSR, corporate social responsibilities in schools. So would you be able to elaborate on how you're talking about servant leadership and what should be included in servant leadership?
Based on my findings, servant leadership showed the strongest association, followed closely by transformational leadership that both emphasize ethical influence, shared responsibility, and empowerment. Therefore, in the schools can integrate sustainability-oriented leadership training, promote inclusive decision-making, and embed environmental responsibility into performance and recognition systems.
Right. I just need to know from your perspective is when you're talking about gender servant leadership, what characteristics and traits would you be including or identifying in terms of servant leadership based on corporate social responsibility in schools?
Okay. So it was found that to be a servant leader, meaning the very reason why we teach or why we manage a school is for public service. Therefore, we serve so that our followers, our subordinates will also cooperate because humbleness is very important. So
Is
you
that a
have to
part
serve.
is that a part of your servant leadership traits or
Well, that's
character?
one. That's one of the traits, sir.
You mentioned in the beginning that you have published this article.
Yeah.
Where and how have you published this article?
Wait a minute. I will locate it. The previous study about leadership styles and of the school managers was published in Neurocontology in 2022.
So this is the current article that has been published, and that's what you're presenting today, or is it different from your
A
publication?
different, sir. Actually, it emanates there because in my first study, there was no inferential statistics. That's why in the expansion of my study, and my output will be a policy brief that will be presented to the Department of Education, to the division school superintendent, for them to adopt on the leadership styles and OECD framework.
You have taken, again, I'll come back to my question of servant leadership. You've taken servant leadership as one of the leadership style. Have you compared any other leadership styles with them in as a critical analysis?
Yeah, wait, I will look for it for a while. My previous study. In my previous study, it was found that school managers in the division of Sikihor use authoritarian and delegative leadership styles the least. Among the items on the extent of schools managers' perception on leadership styles, servant leadership stands out the most. To get the hearts and minds of their followers in day-to-day administration, it is strongly advised that school managers take into consideration any proposal or initiatives from the subordinates. They shouldn't shun involvement in the work. School managers should join in the group and welcome suggestions from other participants. They should support collective decision making, particularly when educating and consulting the group. School managers should allow students to make their own decisions, even if they are ultimately responsible for the outcome. They should not be excluded from work-related decisions. That is for the servant the findings of my previous study that digs deep that focused on the leadership styles on servant and others.
All right. So in this paper of yours, nice paper. Thank you very much. But I'm still confused in terms of the comparative analysis and the SDG goal that you want to adapt or you want to work on. So what SDG goals would you be following, especially using servant leadership and corporate social responsibility?
Well, my study will utilize the following SDGs, like SDG number 12, SDG number 13, and SDG number 4, because our aim is green school and climate action, like segregating waste even without memo, saving electricity and water, reuse of teaching materials, joining tree planting or cleanup drive even without incentive, encourage students to be environment friendly, and of course, propose green initiatives in schools.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Tarok.
Hello, ma'am.
So I am very much interested to your study, the leadership style. Okay, so based on your study, Dr. Tarok, in this AI generations, what do you think, what inclusive leadership style can you advise to the academic leaders or for school managers?
Well, for me, I would recommend the servant leadership style because in my study, it appeared the strongest for leadership style. And aside from servant, we will I would also advise them to have transformational leadership, participative leadership, and transactional leadership.
Um, okay, sir, but what I am looking is what about using a technology and AI somehow?
For uh, please please elaborate your question, ma'am. What do you mean by AI technology? Meaning we are going to utilize AI for to
If there is, because the generation now is 100% different from the
yeah
generation.
in my
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Do you think they can still adapt to this to your leadership style in your study?
Well, for me, it will still it is they are still applicable because I would like to enlighten like servant leadership, though it emerges as the strongest predictor. It is clear and service oriented leader. So right now we can also produce uh, service-oriented leaders by creating climate conducive to voluntary environmental behavior. So for transformational leadership, then we can also, that's the second strongest predictor, we
Yeah,
can
sir.
also
I
find
think
leaders.
yeah, I think that that is one, no, the servant and transformative leaders. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Dr. Tarok.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taro. So thank
Yes.
you for your study, which highlights the worry, which the standards in the global significance and practical application in education. So for this one, sir, I want to clarify or just probe no, regarding the innovation of your study, because when we talk about worry, we are looking for innovation. And
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
the contribution of your study regarding the leadership style nowadays in this time when we are talking about innovation. So we need to be an innovative leader. Okay, so
Thank
how
you
can you
for
prove
that
this one?
question.
Thank you.
My answer is we know pretty well that worry emphasizes innovation, ethical leadership, and societal impact. Therefore, aligning the study with worry allows us to position school leadership not only with academic performance, but also within global innovation and sustainability benchmarks. Because in my study, it appeared servant and transformational leadership aligned with Worry's ethical value and social responsibility pillars and contribute to the industrial application pillar by catalyzing practical eco initiatives.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. And I highly agree with the result of your study, which is the transformational leadership, because it's particularly talking about you are innovative leader. And thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and to all the panel of reactors. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in Vietnam, though online. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Dr. Tarok, and to our panel of reactor. I think we can now proceed to our first presenter. Again, the title of our first Okay, the title of our presenter is The Influence of Green Practices and Modern Office Management on Employee Retention Through Employment Engagement in BPO Companies of Parañaque City. Our presenter is our student from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, Angela B. Marikit.
So, good day, everyone. I am Maria Angela Marikit. Today, I am honored to present our study entitled The Influence of Green Practices and Modern Office Management on Employee Retention through Employee um, Engagement, Engagement in BPO Parañaque City. Next. Next, please. And to give you a brief background about myself, I graduated last October at PUP Parañaque campus and served as batch president. And now I am currently working as admin staff at PUP Parañaque campus. Next, please. So this study will examine how green practices and modern office management affects employee retention in BPO companies. The finding shows that modern office management has a stronger impact than green practices and employee engagement help, but does not guarantee long-term retention. Next. In today's fast changing work environment, employee retention has become one of the biggest challenges for many organizations, especially in the BPO industry. Despite of their competitive benefits, BPO companies still pays high turnover rates. Research show it is because of excessive workload, limited career growth, and dissatisfaction with management. To solve this problem, companies adapting to green practices and modern office management, and this will be examined how these factors influence employee engagement and how this engagement affects their retention. Next. Our study is anchored on the resource-based view of the PM proposed by Barney. This theory says that organizations gain competitive advantage when they use resources that are valuable, rare or hard to imitate, and non-substitutable. In our study, we treated green practices and modern office management as our organizational resources, which is reflected in the conceptual framework showing that these practices influence employee retention through employee engagement. Next. Research gap, there are only few local studies that shows how green practices and modern office management affects employee engagement and retention in BPO companies. It's also not clear how employee engagement help employees stay, or why being engaged does not always mean they will stay long term. The study asked would the BPO employees how green practices and modern system are used in their companies and how engagement affect their decisions to stay. Next, please. For the methods, this study used a quantitative descriptive survey. Data were collected from 278 BPO employees through a validated questionnaire, and the responses were analyzed using descriptive statistic and partial least square structural equation model, LEASTEM, to test the direct and indirect effect of the independent variable on retention while evaluating employee engagement as mediator. So this approach allowed the researchers to determine which factors most significantly influence employee retention and how organizational initiative translate into employee commitment and loyalty. For the result and discussion, the study found that BPO employees in Parañaque are young and relatively new in the organization. So the companies need stronger onboarding, career development, and retention program. It shows that green practices are only moderately applied but highly supported by employees, meaning the management should strengthen and actively promote environmental initiatives. While the modern office management, like good technology, ergonomic spaces, and flexible schedule is well implemented and has the strongest positive effect on engagement that boosts satisfactions and performance of the employee. However, engagement alone does not guarantee retention. So a company must also provide recognition, growth opportunity, and long-term support. Although employees feel enthusiastic and satisfied, many remain unsure about staying, which highlights that need for more stable and attractive career paths. The result also revealed that when employees can focus and work comfortably, their loyalty and satisfaction and intent to stay increase. So a supportive, low distraction work environment can help reduce turnover and to better retain employees. And finally, to conclude, this study shows that both green practices and modern office management play important role in employee retention, with employee engagement acting as key link between them. So while modern office management has a stronger impact on engagement, engagement alone is not enough to ensure long-term retention. Therefore, BPO companies should combine sustainable practices and supportive work environments, career development, and employer recognition to create a more stable and committed workforce. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marikit. And please be seated. May I request also the co-author of Ms. Marikit, Sir Attorney Salao, to please sit beside of your co-presenter. Ayan. And now we can ask questions, panel of reactors.
Yare. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss Marikit and Director Attorney Salaw. Your study, of course, with regards to green practices versus modern office management, is of course a very have an impact nowadays, especially in the BPO industries. Maybe I just would like to have or to ask to elaborate more on what green practices are being adopted in Parañaque City, particularly?
Um, Green practices used in our study refers to environmentally um, friendly actions such as waste reduction, saving energy and efficiency, and also the promotion of nature-based solution.
Okay. Is this a part of the orientation, especially when these employees are newly hired, that there are green practices in this company? It's part of the orientation or a local legislation, a Republic Act?
Yes,
Part.
yes, it's part of the orientation.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Director Isip, let me answer that. That is part of the onboarding of the
Yeah.
BPO companies in Paraguay.
Yes, because that's very, very important, okay, to consider. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela and Dr. Director. Thank you for the presentation, but I've got a few questions and I just want to be cleared on one thing. You have mentioned BPO. Now, this is, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy now. That is why. uh, the question, I mean, let me start with a small recommendation or a piece of suggestion. And that is when you write a short form of BPO or any word, when you write the acronyms, it is very important to write what it stands for in the beginning. Because, you know, for me, as an international person, I would say BPO is British Petroleum Organization. Make sense what I'm talking about? Yeah. So it's a huge confusion. What are you talking about in your presentation? Secondly, you talked about employee retention, right? So what are the policies or what are the elements or steps that you're taking in terms of, or what you're trying to address in terms of employee retention? Can you please elaborate on it?
Dr. Said. Good afternoon, Doctor. Just let me be the spokesperson
Sure,
for.
sure, sure. By all means, it's by all means.
Let me tackle first the first suggestion, and we will adopt that, sir, and we acknowledge that it should be done in any paper for that matter. As for the second question, that is actually the gist of the study, because there was one time in our country, in the Philippines, that BPO is the biggest generator of employment. And that is part of SDG number 8. No, we want to provide
Yeah.
decent work for our fellow men.
Correct.
But the question is, why are they leaving the company after short period of time? And that's the reason why the researcher asked, our green management style or our modern employment policies, will they help in the retention? And based on this study, it does not really help in the retention. As researchers, we always ask why. And I think we think that employees in BPOs also would like to ask why, because that is the heart of being employed, to discover probably the reason why we stay in the company. And that is actually the reason Ms. Marikit conducted this study. What can motivate them to stay, in as much as we are all motivated as educators to stay in the academy.
Right. Yes, thank you for that, for the response, but it says you're talking about a research-based view. And when you're talking about a research-based view, the gap is not aligned or not clear. So I wanted to know more from the research-based perspective or view what you are trying to do in terms of retention of employee, and because it creates a bit of a confusion here. I'm sorry, I'm putting it that way. And then secondly, you're talking about a quantitative approach, right, in your research. And when you're talking about qualitative, no, I thought I heard quantitative. Yes. So when you're talking about quantitative approach and you're taking a sample size of 200, I'm a bit concerned on this. I'm a bit concerned on because 200 on the quantitative analysis is not enough to give you that data, especially when you are doing the findings. So I would just only recommend or suggest that we increase the data, quantitative data, to get more, or sample sizing to get more analysis in terms of critical view.
Yes. We will we will take that consideration in our study.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that. And this last one that you said in your findings is no, not now. The last one that I want to know in your findings on the last column, on the last row, you mentioned high concentration improves loyalty, satisfaction, and intent for a longer stay. Can you define that to me?
Excuse-
In your findings, if you can go back to your findings. Sorry about this. Yeah, if you look at the last row and the findings, you would see it says high concentration. Can you increase the size, please? Zoom it, please. Yeah. If you see high concentration improves loyalty, satisfaction, and intention to stay longer. Can you elaborate what do you mean by high concentration, and how does high concentration improves loyalty and satisfaction, especially from the employee retention's perspective?
I think it is the being not dedicated to your
Take it easy. Yeah. Relax. So you can be the spokesperson, no problem. I can.
Hello. High concentration. It means that being concentrated on work. That is the meaning of the term as used in this context, sir. So when employees in the BPO are highly concentrated on their job, and I think that is the reason why they stay in the company.
Don't you think that if there is a high concentration in work, then the employee retention or employee turnover would not be existing? If there is a loyalty program or something like that?
Based on the
So
findings.
it gives me a conflict in terms of the clarity. Here you're giving your findings that there's a high concentration and there's an improvement in loyalty. there is satisfaction there, and there's a long stay, people want to stay, then employee retention, you're already mentioning in terms of a conflict element that there is a high turnover in BPO, right, of employees, correct? So if that point is there, then there is no high turnover. People are loyal. So where do you stand in this perspective?
Well, I think, sir, well, if we will correlate it with the earlier suggestion that you made, that the sample were too low, I think the next step for us to do is to, well, to do further study and to verify actually this finding so that
Yeah.
we can actually validate whether or not this results to loyalty and satisfaction.
And what was the purpose of taking quantitative analysis rather than mixed method or qualitative analysis?
This was intended for as an initial study. Yes, ma'am. That was the intention, sir, to to well, to determine the reason why employees in the BPO stay, and the focus really was about green employment system, as well as yung modern technologies. Are they relevant? Are they enough to make the people stay? And I think these are findings that were derived along the way, which need further validation.
All right. My last suggestion, a small suggestion, your research questions, there are too many research questions. So if you could reduce your research questions and be more specific on one or two questions, then your paper would go to a better extent than rather having too many confusions. Sorry, this is just my suggestion that please concentrate on your, not having too many research questions, but specific, and some of your questions are repetitive. So obviously that makes also a confusion where you're heading to. Thank you so much from my side.
Duly noted, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir Syed, he said is sleepy, ah. How come? Okay, so anyway, first of all, so I want to congratulate Attorney Salaw and the whole PUP Parañaque City campus, no, for this joining this activity. Now, this is a good benchmarking, no, Dr. Isip, to all campuses, no, because they have students, faculties, administration. So maybe, no, Ma'am She, OVPC will commend Parañaque City for this kind of engagement, no? Of course, PB Pulilan na. And PB Santa Maria, yun nga lang, no? Maybe, no? Soon, di ba? Soon we can have this opportunity, no? More members. So anyway po, no, again, congratulations po for your presentation, especially students po student po yung nag-present natin, nag-deliver ng study. So for this one, according to our Dr. Isip and Sir Syed, no, for more recommendations and evaluation of study. So for additional points po regarding this study, yes, we can adopt a qualitative approach, and of course focus just one variable, no, to have more relevant and concrete results of the study. And congratulations, ma'am,
Thank
and
you. Thank you for all
Attorney
the
Salaw.
recommendation and suggestion. And I
Well, thank you for your kind word, doctor. But I think we cannot let this pass without actually giving credit to Ma'am Morales being the person who really spearhead this activity for the campus. And thank you very much for those kind words. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Marikit and Attorney Salaw. We can now proceed to our third presenter. Okay, our third presenter with the topic a study of barrier and opportunities for sustainable electric vehicle adoption in the Philippines. May I call on Mr. J. Louis Harbonido.
Good day, everyone. I'm audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good day, everyone. Xin chào, namaste. Well, we are unable to join you face to face in Vietnam due to travel constraints and commitment to sustainability remains steadfast, both as an institution as an individuals dedicated to advancing sustainable development. Good day again. I am J. Louis L. Harbonido, the PMS Director and Chief of Staff of Siquijor State College, Siquijor, Philippines. I am also the PIO director of this institution. I graduated from Seliman University and currently pursuing graduate studies at Seliman University and garnered numerous national awards and attended as the Philippine delegate and participant in various international youth conference such as ASEAN Youth, Harvard Project, and other international youth conferences. Today, I am honored to share my study about the barriers and opportunities for sustainable electric or vehicle or EV adoption in the Philippines. So imagine, every day, millions of Filipinos sit in traffic, burning fuel, time, and opportunity. But what if our daily commute could be part of the solution rather than the problem? Can electric vehicles truly thrive in a country defined by dense cities or mostly islands and uneven infrastructure? What barriers hold us back, and what opportunities lie ahead for a sustainable transport system? This study of barriers and opportunities for sustainable electric vehicle adoption in the Philippines seeks to answer these questions by examining how population growth, traffic realities, and policy readiness shape the future of electric mobility in the Philippines. Electric vehicle or EV adoption in the Philippines remains limited despite growing national interest in sustainable transportation. This quantitative study investigates the barriers and opportunities influencing the consumer readiness for EV adoption. Using a structured survey with a 5-point Likert scale, 250 Filipino consumers across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao were assessed on perceived barriers, opportunities, and overall adoption readiness. This research contribute to understanding the unique challenges and opportunities in the Philippine context, highlighting how socioeconomic factors, regional disparities, and consumer perceptions shape EV adoption readiness. By identifying the most influential barriers and motivators, the study offers actionable recommendations to accelerate sustainable transportation and advance environmental sustainability in the country, which is the Philippines. So for our findings, we gathered the demographic profile of our respondents with 52% male and 48% female, and of course assessed or asked questions about their age, region, and monthly income. For the barriers to EV adoption, we got the rank 1 with a mean of 4.46 or the high upfront cost with a strong barrier level or interpretation. Seconded by the lack of charging stations. Third is battery lifespan and safety concerns with 4.20, limited government incentives and maintenance and technical support issues with 3.97 with a moderate interpretation. When it comes to our opportunities for electric vehicle adoption, we got the first one as an opportunity, of course, the environmental benefits with a strong interpretation with 4.31 mean, seconded by lower lifetime operating costs, noise pollution and reduction with 4.07, and both moderate interpretation the technological advancement with 3.89, and government policy push for 3.72. When it comes to our overall EV adoption readiness was a mean of 3.76 moderate. Respondents expressed a willingness to consider EVs within 5 years and moderate confidence in EV performance. Perceived usefulness with a mean of 3.72 and future adoption intention with a mean of 3.68 reflect cautious optimism. This indicates that while consumers are open to adopting EVs or electrical vehicles, improvements in affordability, infrastructure, and information provision are necessary to translate readiness into actual adoption behavior. When it comes to our correlation results, it indicates a significant negative relationship between perceived barriers and EV adoption readiness, confirming that cost, infrastructure gaps, and safety concerns hinder consumer readiness. Conversely, opportunities were positively correlated with readiness, and infrastructure availability showed the strongest positive correlation. These findings highlight that promoting the benefits of EVs and ensuring accessible infrastructure can meaningfully enhance consumer readiness. When it comes to our regression analysis, we identified key predictors of EV adoption readiness. First is infrastructure availability, and government incentives were the strongest positive predictors, where environmental awareness also contributed positively, and conversely, high cost barriers negatively affected adoption intentions. These results emphasize that policy interventions and infrastructure expansion, and of course, education or campaigns are critical to fostering EV adoption in the Philippines. In conclusion, we gathered the most or the top four key barriers to EV adoption. First is the high upfront cost. The initial purchase price of electrical vehicles remains a significant deterrent. Second, limited charging infrastructure. Lack of accessible and widespread charging stations across urban and rural areas. Third is battery and maintenance concerns, worries over battery lifespan. And fourth barrier is the insufficient incentives. We know that we have EVIDA in the Philippines, but existing government incentives are perceived as not enough to overcome financial barriers. When it comes to our unlocking opportunities for electrical vehicle growth, we have three environmental benefits: reduced emissions and cleaner air attract environmentally conscious consumers. Second is lower operating costs. Long-term savings on fuel and maintenance appeal to budget-savvy buyers. And third is technological advancement, which is a rapid improvement in a battery range and charging speed boost confidence. Leveraging these intrinsic advantages is crucial for promoting a positive EV narrative and encouraging wider acceptance in the Philippines. So, predictors of adoption, infrastructure, and incentives, correlation and regression analysis clearly indicate that robust charging infrastructure and strong government incentives are the most influential factors driving consumer readiness. Conversely, cost barriers remains the primary obstacle. For our recommendation for a sustainable EV future here in the Philippines and to accelerate EV adoption and transition towards sustainable mobility in the Philippines, we recommend these four approaches. First one is a comprehensive infrastructure development. Prioritize expanding accessible charging stations in both urban or rural areas. This includes public charging networks, workplace chargers, and support for home charging solutions. Second, enhance financial incentives. Implement robust financial mechanisms such as tax exemptions, preferential loan rates, and grants for fleet conversions to reduce the burden of high upfront costs for consumer and businesses. Third is the public awareness or education. launched targeted campaigns to highlight the long-term economic and environmental benefits of electrical vehicles, addressing common misconceptions and building consumer trust and confidence. And lastly, for our strategic recommendation is strengthened partnerships and pilots. Foster a collaboration among government, private sectors, transport cooperatives, and institution or academic institution to initiate pilot EV adoption programs in select communities to test strategies and demonstrate feasibility. By implementing these recommendations, the Philippines can achieve its climate goals and ensure a cleaner and more efficient transportation system. Long-term success depends on these concerned efforts. In conclusion, and my ending part, this study shows that overcoming costs and infrastructure barriers while in strengthening incentives and public awareness or education is key to accelerating a sustainable electric vehicle adoption in the Philippines. When roads are powered by clean energy and policies meets people readiness, every journey becomes a step toward a greener Philippine future. Daghang salamat and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harbonido. And now let's hear the question of our panel of reactors. Who would like to ask first?
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, Sir J. Harbonido.
Good
So
afternoon,
thank
ma'am.
Good afternoon. So thank you for your study, which tackles highly relevant and forward-looking issue in the Philippine setting. Okay, it contributes to the national discourse on sustainability and clean transportation through electric vehicle adoption. So, we are looking forward for this, no? Anyway, Philippine now, no, many transition for this kind of electric adoption. So maybe for your future study, we can adopt some policymakers guidelines regarding this electric vehicle adoption. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Nice presentation. I've got a question. You selected a quantitative analysis and you've taken a sample sizing of 250. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your participants in quantitative analysis, what was the percentage of rejection of your participants in terms of your survey?
Um, there's a minimal rejection, but we push for a 250 Filipino consumers age 18 years and above, representing geographically diverse sample from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And our respondents were selected using a purposive sampling technique, ensuring that participants have some awareness or potential interest in electric vehicles, sir. So a minimal rejection because we are following ethical considerations.
So the area that you have selected for your
Hello, sir.
can you hear me?
Hello, sir. You're muted po.
Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
now we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're saying that your minimum rejection, what was the percentage of rejection? Out of 250 candidates or participants?
Yeah, according to our data, sir, maybe 5 to 10% rejection for our participants, but we push the 250 Filipino consumers with a total of 250 respondents for this research.
So if you're talking about 250 plus you're talking about 5% to 10% rejection, so another 25, so your total number of respondents were about approximately 275 to 300? Yeah,
Uh,
because you need to consider the margin of error in terms of quantitative analysis, which I couldn't see in your presentation.
all right, sir.
So
So
please look
mainly,
into
sir.
it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. J. Louis.
Good
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
sir. Um, may I know when your study conducted? Is it just recently, 2025, or what? When your study conducted?
In the year 2023 to 2024, ma'am.
Oh, so at least a year ago or 2 years ago, right? Because in Metro Manila, we have seen a lot of the EV vehicle, and the charging stations now are available, no, in the gas station, in the malls, in the parking area in the malls, right? But you are staying in Sikihor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. So, um, of course, your studies, we appreciate your study regarding the use of the EV. Now, my question is, have you considered asking or uh our transport group like the Manibela for this research, or is just an individual?
We have an individual respondents, ma'am, but mostly our consumers are part of this associations or group of
Of
uh,
the transport group in the all
yes,
over the Philippines, because you mentioned that your study is from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, right? Okay, that's good. Now, my question is, are they ready to use the EV or to adopt the use of EV? First is the individual.
yes, ma'am. According to the findings, ma'am, there's a moderate overall readiness in it comes to electrical vehicle adoption, ma'am, when it comes to the Philippine setting.
Okay, but because still now we have this issue about the modernization of our transport. They cannot give up our traditional jeepneys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
That's
and
one
here,
concern also, ma'am. And one
yeah,
factor. That's why it's a moderate level of overall readiness when it comes to our Filipino drivers or consumers, ma'am.
yeah, you know that issue, okay? And we are all aware of that issue. They cannot give in the use of the traditional jeepneys, right? And here you
Yes,
are now introducing the EV, okay? But seriously, the long effect of this, or the sustainable advantage in the earth, no, is this environmental, or the environmental benefits, the long term effect of
yes.
this, no, if we are to use the EV. But the barrier, one of the barrier, I think that because your studies was conducted 2 years ago, as I've mentioned there, I've seen charging station nowadays here in Manila, but I do not know the setup in the provinces like yours. Is still have a what? How many charging stations do you have
Um,
there?
it's a short, it's a um, minimal charging stations, ma'am, as of this time.
Okay. Can you define or elaborate the minimal? Like in your like in your province? May we know how is that minimal goes? Are
Um,
there a charging station in the gas station? Where do you find it in your province?
minimal charging station when it comes to maybe for example in Sikihor province we have a home based charging stations when it comes to owner of electrical vehicles, but it's a limited
That is
numbers.
private, right?
Yes, ma'am. Private. That's
Yeah,
private. But when
in
it
the
comes to
public.
public, it's
Yeah.
maybe one to three stations here in the province. But when it comes to other provinces such as Negros Oriental, we can also have numbers of charging station, but not really like in the Manila and Davao and Cebu places, ma'am.
Okay, just like in your province in Siquijor, what is your major transportation used in your province?
So in the
Buses,
Sikor province,
tricycle.
we have tricycle or pedicab as the commute system transport, ma'am, here in the province. So mainly our people are riding pedicab or tricycle.
Okay, so okay.
Can I just add? Can I just add here that when you're talking about your province and you're saying that you're using tricycles and other means of transport, don't you think that is more environmental friendly than the EV cars or EV vehicles?
Um,
Thank you.
that's not really environmental more when it comes to pedicab because it has fossil fuels and etc using gasoline, so it's more like electric vehicle is more sustainable than that one, ma'am.
Hello there. I have my few questions. As as you know, you are keeping your research study in the sustainable part. Okay. So, and you are stating that the EVs are sustainable part of the transportation for a sustainable future. Correct? How are you defining to manage the batteries after their cycle is over? So how you are going to manage the waste, battery waste? I hope that is lithium ion we are talking about when we are dealing with EVs.
Again, sir, I cannot can you elaborate your question?
What are the batteries used in EV cars? In electric vehicles, what are the batteries used? Battery.
What are the batteries used in the vehicle?
Okay, battery
The
Yes,
used
battery,
in
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. What kind of battery is used in an electric vehicle?
For my information, sir, we have lithium ion batteries are most widely used batteries in the modern electric vehicles, which more key features of our Leon or the lithium ion is high energy density and allowing longer driving range for
But
that
it
lithium.
has a life cycle, a charging cycle. That will be charged to a certain what you say period of charges. Let's say 10,000 charges. After that, it has to be recycled. Okay, it will not be recycled. It has to be replaced. Okay. So what about the lithium ion, which is a product as a waste from your e-vehicles? So how that is going to be managed? Because you don't have any mechanism, I hope, to use the lithium ion such of today. So environmental impact you have considered. Did you consider this aspect?
Yes, sir. As part of my study right now, it's not mainly the scope and limitation of my study, but in the next future, for it's a great research initiative to conduct in the next future, sir, in the next years for that.
Okay. Okay. My second question is for today. Okay. As of now, you are taking the you are considering the charging stations, correct, for your e-vehicles? So what is the percentage of electricity produced in your country is from renewable energy?
The percentage of the renewable energy here in the Philippines, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, as part of as part of our RRL as of 2023 to 2024, renewable energy accounted for about 22 to 32% of the Philippines electricity generation mix, which 22% renewable electricity generation reported for 2023 and below the global average, with most from geothermal and hydro, while solar and wind remain lower. And when it comes, yeah, that's it for 2023 to 2024.
What is your government obligation of renewable energy produced by the plants who are making more pollutions and consumption and distribution among them?
So I hope that our government system would have a robust policies and recommendations and laws to protect our planet when it comes to renewable energy, sir. So more policies, more recommendations and laws for this one.
My question, I will reframe it. When we are talking about renewable energy obligations, okay, then if some industry is consuming electricity with their traditional method of electricity production, then they have to compensate that electricity with the renewable energy electricity. So if Philippines is producing only 22% of renewable energy in compared, then I hope they are only consuming it. And your e-vehicles are not consuming that renewable energy. So again, that energy is produced from the traditional method, which is coal and diesel. So how the how you that is benefiting the environment? Again, you are creating the energy from either coal, either diesel, and they are creating pollution. My question is that it is not sustainable. What I feel, I should not quote like this, but when you are uh, considering as a sustainable part, okay, sustainable future, then the total electricity should be free of any kind of pollution, and it should add to be our greener future. But if you are if you are producing that energy from a source which is using fossil fuels, okay, and again you are charging to a third product, or, that in your case it's your electric vehicle, then again the same the carbon footprints are followed. Okay, and secondly, you are creating a uh, storage device which also have its own waste. So please rethink on it, and please try to derive a thing which will surely and purely support the cause of sustainable future. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Well noted. Thank you so much.
Sorry, we have really bothered you up so much in questions. So I hope that you'll forgive us for this.
No worries, sir. Thank you for all your insights and
Yeah.
questions and recommendations. Thank you so
Sir,
much.
sir, additional is can we give a copy of your research to the Department of Transportation or in your
Yes,
local yeah. So they can still have feedback and comments on your study and how you can they can help you, right?
yes, ma'am.
For
Thank you.
further studies.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. We will try to give copy to the Department of Transportation when it comes to to our regional or provincial aspect.
And one more recommendation is there. During the EV charging stations, you just propose a solar or wind plant so that you will not draw power from the traditional method of power producing. So in that case, at least one part is sustainable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, we can craft our related literature and studies for that certain topics and themes, ma'am and sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we're done. Indeed, that this conversation is very fruitful and insightful. Thank you again, Mr. Habornido. And now we are on behalf of our session 2. And let's continue to our fourth presenter with the title Exploring Student Engagement, Critical Consciousness, and Academic Achievement in Mathematics. May I call on stage Dr. Catherine Joyce M. Castro.
Thank you very much, Sir Jeff. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, to our distinguished panel of reactors, keynote speakers, organizers, researchers, and participants. I am happy to share with you my research titled Exploring Student Engagement, Critical Consciousness, and Mathematics Achievement. And I believe this is also a great opportunity to learn from our seasoned researchers, especially Dr. Said. Do not ask questions later, sir. Okay. So I would like to introduce myself first. I am Catherine Joyce M. Castro. Next slide, please. From Santa Maria, Bulacan, Philippines, and I am representing the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Maria, Bulacan campus. Currently, I am designated as the head of academic programs. Next slide, please. So here's the abstract. And to discuss it clearly, let us have the next slide, please. Academic achievement. Another slide. Can I have the clicker? Thank you very much, sir. So academic achievement is one of the indicators of learning. It is the extent to which students, teachers, and institutions has partly achieved their educational roles. Since we believe that this is not the sole indicator of academic success, but definitely this is one of the easiest way to indicate academic success for students. And understanding the factors that contribute academic success, especially in challenging subjects like mathematics, has been one of the major concerns, especially in higher education. And one of the important concepts that is used to understand the behavior of students towards the teaching and learning process is what we call the student engagement. And by definition, it refers to a meaningful engagement throughout the learning environment. It is the relationship between student, the school, the teachers, peers, instruction, and the curriculum. And student engagement has actually three dimensions, namely cognitive, behavioral, and emotional. When we say cognitive engagement, it talks about the student's thoughtfulness and willingness to master difficult skills, while behavioral engagement refers to students' participation in academic and extracurricular activities. And emotional engagement refers to the student's positive and negative reaction to peers, teachers, and school. And according to the theory of student involvement, the greater the student's involvement in college, the greater will be the amount of student learning and personal development. Hence, universities must provide more opportunities where students become more involved. According to KU 2001, the institutions that engage the students more in a variety of activities that contribute to valued outcomes of the university can actually claim to be of high quality compared with other universities where students are less engaged. And to cultivate the student engagement, educators must design and facilitate variety of activities that students find intrinsically meaningful and valuable. And educators may structure activities that could develop their what we call critical consciousness. And according to Freire, he argued that nurturing the critical consciousness of young people from oppressed groups should be the primary goal of education so that youth are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and motivation to challenge oppression and transform society.
And there are actually three major components of critical consciousness, and these are critical reflection, critical motivation, and critical action. When we say critical reflection, it refers to the awareness and analysis of structural oppression, which includes social, economic, and political conditions. While critical motivation is viewed as the individual's perception of their ability and motivation to create social change. And lastly is the critical action, which is defined as actions, whether performed individually or in a group, that change practices or policies within society that are perceived to be unjust. And in the study, researchers also believe and acknowledge the possibility for math and science coursework to engage students in learning about social and political issues as well. Because these kinds of social and political issues can be applied mostly on humanities and social sciences subjects. Hence, this study aims to explore the student engagement and critical consciousness of students and check its association with their mathematics achievement. So this research aims to describe and explore the mathematics achievement, students' engagement, and critical consciousness of college students in a state university. And specifically, here are the research questions. Okay. So this study employed a descriptive correlational design, which aims to describe the students' mathematics achievement, perceived student engagement, and perceived level of critical consciousness. It also aims to determine the relationship between these variables without manipulating them. A total of 249 college students enrolled in a state university are the respondents of this study, and they are actually predominantly 19 years old from different programs, and majority of them, which is 81.1%, reported a monthly household income at or below the national median, which is 21,914 pesos and below, which indicates a socio-economically diverse sample skewed towards lower income backgrounds. And for the research instrument, it's composed of three parts. The first part is a demographic profile, which includes the age, gender, academic program, household income, and the self-reported mathematics in the modern world grade, final grade. And the part two includes the perceived student engagement with 32 items using 5-point Likert scale with a reported Cronbach alpha of 0.920. And the third part is the perceived critical consciousness, which is composed of 22 items, which includes three parts: the critical reflection, the perceived inequalities, critical reflection egalitarianism, and the critical action, the socio-political participation, having 6-point Likert scale with a Cronbach alpha of 0.881. And prior to this study, for ethical considerations, I have secured the ethical approval and the approval from the campus director. So for the results and discussion, Table 1 shows the descriptive statistics of key variables. So here we have the student engagement, which is described as moderately high, the critical consciousness having the highest of critical reflection of egalitarianism, having high 5.30, and the lowest is the critical reflection of perceived inequality of 2.98, and the mathematics achievement having interpreted as good of 1.72, where 1.0 is the highest. Moreover, table 2 shows the correlation matrix of the key variables. So you can see here the variables for student engagement, and the critical reflection, critical action, and the mathematics achievement, which will be discussed in the next slide. So, number one, it was found that the average achievement in mathematics indicates a good academic performance. The students were reported moderately high level of perceived student engagement in all dimensions. The third is that students showed a high level of egalitarian beliefs, meaning that CRE means the measure whether they believe those inequalities are wrong or that a moral equal society is ideal. Students also have the moderate level of socio-political participation and the lower level of perceived inequalities. CRPI means that they recognize that inequalities exist. And the study also revealed a strong, positive, and statistically significant correlations between behavioral, emotional, and cognitive engagement. Moreover, it shows that positive relationships between critical consciousness, specifically the CRE and the CASPP, and all dimensions of student engagement. However, critical reflection in the perceived inequality was not significantly correlated with any engagement dimension. Moreover, interrelation of student engagement with math achievement was not significant. And this may be attributed to the measure of achievement used, which is a single course grade for the mathematics in the modern world. Similarly, a not significant relationship between critical consciousness and math achievement suggests that in this study, the development of socio-political awareness and math proficiency may be the independent pathways. And for the conclusion, the presence of significant critical consciousness among math students and its positive correlation with student engagement suggests that mathematics classroom can be productive environments for cultivating critical consciousness. And a strong link between engagement and critical action suggests that pedagogies which engage students may help develop the participatory skills needed for sustainable citizenship. And the lack of significant relationship between engagement, critical consciousness, and mathematics achievement, which is reflected by the course grade, highlights the need for broader assessments like projects, reflections, and problem solving to capture competencies like critical consciousness. And further studies suggest that we should investigate explicit pedagogical models that connect mathematical concepts to social justice analysis, aiming to bridge the gap between technical proficiencies and critical societal engagement. And personally, as a researcher, I'm really interested of exploring more on how to improve student engagement and critical consciousness using the cultural relevant pedagogy in mathematics subject. And to end my discussion, I would like to highlight the statements presented or shared by our Commissioner Apag. Education does not change the world. Education changes people, and people change the world, according to Paulo Freire. So, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro. You may now have a seat for some questions or recommendations of our panels. Panel of reactor. Panel of reactor can now ask questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Um, your study conducted in the campus at the Santa Maria, right? And so therefore, these are math students. Uh,
It's composed of all students po who took mathematics in the modern world. So across all
across
programs.
all programs. Okay. Yes, that's a very nice study or research. I just would like to know what say mathematical engagement or activity are being practiced in the campus.
Actually, ma'am, in my kasi kasi there are different instructors teaching mathematics in the modern world. I cannot teach all. But in my subject, I'm actually introducing the social justice issues in mathematics, which really I'm aiming to improve. Yeah.
No, no, what I mean is that in the classroom, other activities like
Yeah,
competitions.
so it's
Yeah.
composed, ma'am, of actually practical applications of mathematics in modern world, in real world. So it's composed of problem solving, statistics, yeah, something like that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations to my friend, no?
Bias.
My friend, no? Okay, so okay, no, thank you for your study, which makes a significant contribution, no, linking mathematics achievement with deeper aspects of student engagement and critical consciousness. So maybe, for this one, we can have this while doing teaching strategies and curriculum development, particularly in the mathematics, so other subjects related to your study. So this will be a value of mathematics education. So for this one, um, how does fostering critical consciousness alongside student engagement, which influence academic achievement in mathematics classroom?
Actually, we believe that there are so many studies proving that there's a relationship actually of uh, if you have high student engagement, definitely it will affect no high level of academic achievement. So that's my goal. But in my study, unfortunately, it doesn't show some relationship. Maybe that's affected by the single grade value which I use to represent mathematics achievement. So that's one of the limitations. But in most studies, there's really proof that when students are more engaged, definitely it will increase the level of their academic achievement, not just limited to mathematics achievement. So that's my goal in the future.
But different from your results of the study. Okay, so maybe no, because also of the generations, no, so we can expound your study, no, we can include those generations now, no, coming from our students. So thank you.
And also I would like to uh include some different assessments like projects, recitations, not just coming from one single grade, which is the final grade of mathematics in the modern world. Maybe that affects the result of my study.
Yes, maybe because in making curriculum development, 'di ba, we put a grading system. So it includes overall systematic, so for us to get 100%. So maybe if we can incorporate that, we can get the expected results of the study. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll stop. No worries. Few of the things that my observations. First of all, we are living in an era which is surrounded by AI and scientific calculators and stuff like that. So, how do you see your students having critical consciousness in terms of social, environmental aspects of getting academic achievement to be inculcated or included in the society?
Thank you for your question, sir. Actually, what I'm planning to do or what I am really doing in my class is that when I give questions, especially problem solving or statistics related questions, I try to include some social related problems. And then I try to ask them how can they help in solving that societal problem. So in that way, I do not just teach how to solve, how to compute, but definitely for them to think critically, to use the values they have solved, or to use the data, especially in statistics lessons, for them to really understand that they can do something in the future. For example, they become leaders, they become decision makers, they become legislative people, so they can help solve social issues. Uh, and by improving or developing their critical consciousness, I believe that it can really help them solve those problems in the
All right.
future.
Thank you very much for that. Just another one coming to my mind is academic achievement. Does it allow them to be a critical thinkers?
Actually, it's part, right, sir? Because uh, the
So
higher you have.
if you're saying that, let's say, for example, I take my example. I've never been an academic achiever, right? And but it didn't help me to be, in a sense that I'm a critical thinker regardless of not being an academic achiever. So how do you compare a student who's got an academic achievement, a high academic achievement, to be a critical thinker, especially from a mathematics point of view?
Actually, I don't I don't I'm not sure if you would agree, but that is the uh major goal of each educator, to improve or develop the critical thinking skills of each student, which I think can manifest to their grades in as an achiever, high academic achievement. I think it always interrelated, or it shows that if you're.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ay, meron pa. Oh, hi.
Okay, another question from our participants, our keynote speaker.
Yes, Doc K. Of course, mathematics is for current students are not that palatable or feasible. So, with the contrary or the contradictions of the results of your study to the existing literatures, how is it now the it differs or it affects the approach in your syllabus? Of course, in higher education, it's mandated as per ISO that you should have a syllabus. So what's your approach in modifying the syllabus, and to what extent do you intend to modify these approaches or to suit these approaches in terms of comparing the differences on the results of your study?
It's
Thank
very
you, ma'am.
difficult question. Actually, as a teacher, I really follow what are the lessons prescribed in our syllabus. But as a teacher also, it's my responsibility to include some teaching strategies which I believe can really help develop or improve graduates. Yeah. Using different teaching strategies and approaches. Like what I have mentioned earlier, that I am planning to include culturally relevant pedagogy in my teaching, so that I can eventually improve the student engagement and critical consciousness of my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think our keynote speaker satisfied your answer. Okay, so I think we can now proceed to our last presenter. Last, but of course, not definitely the least. With the topic evaluating workplace friendship through social exchange theory to enhance HR-driven employee outcomes in Parañaque offices. May I call our last presenter, Miss Myla G. Hernandez.
Hello. Picture. Picture na, bababa na ako. Ayan. Okay, good afternoon to everyone, most especially to our panel of reactor. You know. Okay, so to all the participants here, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here at the Port International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society in Da Nang, Vietnam. I am Myla G. Hernandez, the presenter and co-author, along with my lead author, Rudel C. Mendoza. Our research is entitled Evaluating Workplace Friendship through Social Exchange Theory to Enhance HR-Driven Employees' Outcomes in Parañaque Offices. Next slide, please. Yes. So before we dive into the findings, here is a brief introduction of the researchers. So Mr. Rudel C. Mendoza is the lead author of this study, is a regular faculty member of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and the Bachelor of Science in Office Administration Coordinator, specializing in human resource management research. He has accumulated several years of teaching experience across various universities in the Philippines. Next slide. And I am Myla G. Hernandez, the co-author and the presenter, a licensed professional teacher, LGU coordinator, administrative officer 5, and a part-time faculty member of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Next slide. So for the abstract of our study, it uses social exchange theory and descriptive correlational design in Parañaque government offices. It finds that positive friendship enhance morale while exclusionary ones cause conflicts. The results highlights the need to integrate relational dynamics into HR policies. The context of our study, it is simple yet profound. So workplace friendship is not just a personal matter. It is a strategic HR asset. Traditionally, HR has focused on formal structures, but there are existing gaps in fully recognizing the value of interpersonal dynamics. So we conducted this research within government offices in Parañaque City, where service delivery heavily relies on collaborations and team morale. Next slide. Our research reframes friendship as an essential HR component that influence core organizational outcomes, specifically employee satisfactions, motivations, and organizational cultures. So the insights from this study are intended to guide HR units, leaders, and employees in developing moral, effective, relationship-focused programs. Next. For the review and literature, the foundation of our analysis is the set, which is the social exchange theory. So it explains that relationships at work are formed and sustained through a continuous cycle of reciprocity. So when one colleague offers support, help, or
shares information, the other feels naturally compelled to reciprocate. So this give and take dynamic strengthens trust, cooperation, and support. Next. And when positive social ties are present, employees feel assured responsibility and emotional support, which increase their motivation and engagement. This process transforms positive social ties into higher job satisfaction, better communication, and stronger teamwork. So all of which are the key HR outcomes. Next. So for workplace friendship, it is no longer just a personal issue, but a strategic human resource management mechanism. So this is the HRM mechanism recognized for shaping performance. So the impact of this is good relationship, boss job satisfaction, reduces stress, improve communication, and strengthen teamwork. Next. And for the methodology, to investigate these dynamics, we employed a descriptive correlational research design. So this design allow us to systematically examine the nature and strengths of relationship among key variables without manipulating any conditions. And our respondents were employees across various government and administrative offices in Parañaque City. Their inclusions provides a strong public sector context where relational climate significantly influence service outcomes. Next slide. And the study centered on the employee's self-reported perceptions of four core constructs. The first one is workplace friendship, job satisfactions, career motivation, and organizational culture. So these perceptions were measured using a structured and survey instrument to quantify the levels of interpersonal connections and their effective responses to work. Next. So for the results and discussions, next. For the results, yeah. Okay, our findings yielded clear and crucial insights. So the positive impact. Slide 30. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So our findings yielded clear and crucial insights. So there are positive impact and so there are positive impact. So the positive friendships built on respect, trust, and open communication significantly increase employees' satisfaction and camaraderie. So this friendship improve communications and trust, which in turn strengthen collaboration, moral, and organizational culture. Furthermore, positive friendships strengthen psychological safety where employees feel supported, less stressed, and more confident in performing tasks. Excellent. And for the potential risk, the study also highlight the critical point. So unregulated or exclusionary friendship may cause conflict and bias within the workplace. So this reinforces the need for effective HR governance that carefully integrates interpersonal dynamics. Overall, the results clearly shows that strong relational climates enhance performance outcomes such as teamwork, service quality, and overall organizational productivity. Next. Slide 15. And for the recommendations, recommendation, the conclusions, slide 15. Recommend. Okay. For the conclusions, our study provides evidence-based insights that workplace friendship is a powerful and essential HR component. Relational harmony is a key driver of employee well-being, boosting motivation, job satisfaction, and commitment to organizational goals. Recommendation. 7. Yeah. And for the recommendation, based on these findings, we offer 3 core recommendations for HR units and leaders in the public sector. The first one is implement relationship-focused HR initiatives. So this includes activities like team building and strategies for communication enhancement to foster a strong workplace friendship. And the second one is to apply social exchange theory to promote fairness. So, in applying social exchange theory to promote fairness, leaders should strengthen trust by demonstrating supportive leadership, provides feedback, and promoting open communication. These encourage employees to reciprocate with loyalty and sustain engagement. And while the last one is to promote, next please, is to promote consistent and transparent HR, promote consistent and transparent HR practices. So fair and equal policies for evaluations and promotions strengthens the perceptions of fairness, encouraging employee to reciprocate within the higher motivation and positive work behavior. So by integrating relational dynamics into their policies, HR units can significantly enhance employee well-being and organizational performance. So that's all for my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Miss Myla Hernandez. You can now take your seat for our question and answer together, of course, with your co-author, Mr. Rodel Mendoza. And now, a panel of reactors, you can now start asking questions.
Hello, good afternoon. Last but not the least, no? Ma'am Myla and Sir Rodel, Project Rodel. Okay. Okay, ma'am and sir, no, thank you for your study, which offers a refreshing perspective highlighting workplace friendship. Okay, from the word friendship nowadays, no, we are lacking of this. Do you agree, everybody? Yes, di ba? We are lacking of this. So, thank you for highlighting this human resource outcome. So, maybe, no, to enhance further our study so we can have recommendations such as training programs, team building, di ba? And of course, evaluation of this activity. And of course, in human resource management part, no, it is very nice to address, no, not only the work performance, but also the work ethics through peer evaluation, no? Because nowadays, no, from the observation, especially not only in the ano to government, no, but also in the academe, we are lacking of peer evaluation, right? So we can encourage them, no, by having your study. So no question, congratulations.
Thank you for your presentation. Nice presentation, but there's always a but, isn't it? uh, you mentioned that your research is a descriptive correlations. So I couldn't see the sample sizing, which was missing from that perspective. And when you're talking about descriptive correlations, the independent and dependent variables were also not highlighted. So we need to know where you're going through this and how you're going to calculate or analyze the variables, the sample sizing. You've already mentioned about recommendations and you've mentioned about conclusions and summary. So my question is, have you already completed this paper? And is it being published?
Thank you, Doc Said. I had actually completed the research, but this is open for possible suggestions coming from you before I would be able to publish this research. So for this question, I actually conducted, I think you have this comment. I used 120 employees, government employees again for this research. And I actually conducted survey questionnaires for the frequency and percentage, also the weighted mean and correlation analysis. So for this correlation analysis, I have this one because I might be discussing Project Rodel right now. So I use descriptive correlational research design to describe workplace friendship for a variable job satisfaction, motivation, and organizational culture. And the other one would examine relationship among variables in government offices in Parañaque. So for this, I'd be able to see or distinguish the relationship of these two variables in correlation with the theory that we have used, which is social exchange theory. I have three framework, the SEC, the core study, which is the workplace motivation, and the third framework is the HR governance dimension. Because as mentioned by Ma'am Myla in her presentation, there are unregulated and exclusionary friendship, workplace friendship that could lead to bias and conflict. So those are actually part of my study variables that would determine that particular entity.
Right. And then again, I'll go back to my earlier comment in terms of the 120 as your participants. And I think one of the participants I did ask what was the rejection rate, which was not highlighted. So what was the successful rate in 120 and what was the failure or rejection rate of your sample sizing?
There would not be, there would no rejection rate for that particular 120 respond based on this hypothesis. It result a relationship that would answer that workplace friendship has something to do with promote the theory, which is social exchange theory. It strengthened the social exchange theory that correlates in four category, which is reciprocity, trust, mutual support, and fairness. So these are all the category that we have satisfied, Doc Syed, in my research.
Right. And you did mention about the culture and you did mention about the HR policies.
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about a workplace friendship environment, could you elaborate more on this? Because there is a ceiling that needs to be taken care of in terms of workplace, because otherwise you're crossing the boundaries and getting too personal, one reason, or it could be asking favors too. So how do you control that element in workplace friendship relationship?
Basically, Doc Syed, what we this is an initiative. This research is an initiative of Administrative and Faculty Association Club, which is Faculty Club of PUP Parañaque. From there, we're trying to observe the behavior, the organizational behavior of the different faculty members and administrative personnel alone in TUP Parañaque, and be able to suggest the possible programs, no, that could participate in the theory, which is SEC. But then again, there are possible variables that could not be touched in this particular research, such as their experiences, their motivation at work, their workplace behavior that we could not touch. But then again, it could be answered in the survey that we had distributed to them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc Said.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mylan, Sir Rodel. Thank you for taking time to conduct this study, the evaluating workplace friendship through the SET. Okay. And so you mentioned that SET, or the social exchange theory, emphasizes reciprocity, right? But what if in the another way around, there is an imbalance workplace friendship? Because sometimes there is one party who gives more than the other party, or who works more than the other employee. So the conflict can comes in. So what role can the HR practices play in mitigating this potential negative effects?
We want also to prove, Doc, or emphasize the theory that has stated by Frederick Taylor that all of the employees are working just because of money. We want to deny that. And we want to prove here in this research the two theories that could support this research, which are HRA, the human relations approach, and the human resource approach. In this particular theory, it says that people are working because they want to share their talent, their motivation, their skills to the company, and also they want to correlate with people around them to create friendship to each of the
That's the
employees. So
positive. That's the positive
involved in
ambiance,
this
right?
research. But then
Right.
again, we cannot control again the third part of the framework, which is there are biases, that would arise. So those are really part of the organization. We cannot delete that. There are always like positive and negative components of HR research, especially because these are perceptions of people. We have different perception, and we cannot really touch that as part of our variables, limitations. We cannot really touch that. But then we want to strengthen the relationship, which is number one, the social exchange theory, which is the core topic of this research.
That's why you have the team building activity.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Any other activities that can promote the positive ambience? But it's good that again you conduct a study with the ADFA, or the admin employees of the school, right?
Okay, good afternoon po. Maybe the other activities that we can conduct to our organization. So aside from having a team building, we also conducting training and seminars, and also we will have the training and seminars and other activities, like we're going outside, where even where we do not have um work, na we will go outside with our team, so that we have a camaraderie, we have social activities. Yeah.
You know what, Doc? It's always like if there's a budget, we can actually create this one. But then if there's no budget, we can come up with a certain fellowship, like Christmas a party fellowship, wherein you don't need money. You just have to bring yourself. You just have to bring your gift or potluck or something like that, and that's it. We can actually create friendship with
Simple
that. A simple
karaoke or
celebration with
videoke activities.
Yes, we have a socializations that are outside without our activities. So we go outside, we eat together, we watch what do we want to watch, so that we have a socialization. So we also have what do you call that? The ecumenical
like the
service. So
drinking
which
session,
every one of us are there. We gather together to attend
spiritual growth.
spiritual services. Yeah. So that's all po.
Thank you and
Thank
congratulations.
you so much, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you again to our last presenter, Miss Myla Hernandez, and her co-author, Mr. Rodel Mendoza. And participants, delegates, you can now get some snacks outside, and afterwards you can proceed for the giving out certificates. And thank you so much for having me here. You can now, yes, proceed po to get your snacks outside. Thank you and see you later. Okay. By the public demand, 10 minutes. See you after 10 minutes.
While having the break time, let's have the moment signing. Once again, thank you so much, Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano. And now you have 10 minutes to for a coffee break, and we will resume our program by 4:32 in the afternoon. Lima, maapat pala.
Two
One-
more.
This side lang.
So one more, sir.
One more chair, then tutuan.
You can get this one. Yeah.
It's okay now.
Okay na,
It's
ma'am.
complete now. Oh, thank you so much, sir.
Hiningal ako dun.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we're about to conclude our conference, and let's continue. To start with, we will be proceeding to the ceremonial signing of Memorandum of Understanding between the PUP and the Academia Research Lab to reaffirm our commitment and continuously support the Academia Research Lab. May I invite the PUP directors, the Director of PUP Parañaque City Campus, Attorney Ernesto C. Salao, Director of PUP Pulilan Campus, Dr. Marilyn Isip, and the Director of PUP Santa Maria Bulacan, Dr. Arman Desi Santos, to be represented by Dr. Catherine Joyce M. Castro, the Academic Head of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Maria, Bulacan. And also may we invite here in front the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab. All right. Once again, we would like to invite here in front the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab, Engineer Sushmita Priyadarsani. And joining us online is Dr. Luwalhati de la Cruz, the College Dean of College of Human Kinetics, Santa Mesa, PUP Santa Mesa. Okay, let's start. And at the count of 10, just kidding. So you may now begin signing the Memorandum of Understanding. This is one of momentous events no, in Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque Campus, Santa Maria, Bulacan, and Pulilan, together with the College of Human Kinetics. Thank you so much to the Academia Research Lab for your trust and confidence to our beloved university. And of course, we would like to invite here in front the representative of the Vice President for Campuses, Professor Pascualito Bigatan. We have Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod. We have an available seat for you. Congratulations and thank you so much. May this collaboration provide many more research initiatives and publications for our faculty members and students. Okay, let's have a photo opportunity. So just show us the document. Thank you so much. And may I ask as assistance from our staff to kindly remove the tables and chairs here on our stage. Thank you so much. Yes, everything. As we come to conclude to the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations and sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of today's program. And let's acknowledge our distinguished keynote speakers, our participants virtually and physically, our organizing committee, and of course, the managing director of Academia Research Lab, Engineer Sushmita Priyadarsani, and of course to all the directors for your support and our partnered institutions. So at this moment, we will be awarding the certificate of appreciations to all our presenters. May I invite here in front the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab, Engineer Sushmita Priyadarsani, and Engineer Darshan Dashu. And together with the co-conference chair, Assistant Professor Jefferson Serrano, may we also invite here Dr. Sahid Mahmoud Amid, and of course the keynote speaker, Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima Morales. We will be awarding the certificate of presentation to the presenters, followed by a certificate of recognition for the organizing committee, then the partnered institutions, and a plaque of appreciation to the mayors of partnered institution. And lastly, we will have the best paper and best presenter. So let me read the citation. Certificate of presentation is awarded to for the research study titled at the Fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society held at Radisson Hotel, Da Nang, Vietnam on 14th and 15th day of December 2025. Signed by the Executive Director, Sushmita Priyadarsani, and the Principal Conference Chair, Dr. Vijay Anand Atabali, and the Commissioner of Higher Education of Philippines as keynote speaker, Honorable Desiderio R. Apag III. And the certificate of presentation is awarded to Maria Angela B. Marikit for the research titled The Influence of Green Practices and Modern Office Management on Employee Retention through Employee Engagement in BPO Companies of Parañaque City, together with attorney Ernesto C. Salao as co-author. Congratulations and thank you so much. Now, moving on, another certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. R.D. Tarok from Siquijor State College, Philippines, for presenting the research study Leadership Styles, Gender, and Organizational Environmental Citizenship Behavior in School, a WURI-aligned analysis. Dr. R.D., the soft copy of your certificate will be sent to you via email. Thank you so much. And another certificate of presentation is awarded to Mr. J. Louis L. Harbonido for presenting the research studies, a study of barriers and opportunities for sustainable electronic vehicle adaptation in the Philippines. Also, the soft copy of your certificate will be sent via email. Thank you so much for your participation. Another certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Catherine Joyce M. Castro for presenting the study exploring student engagement, critical consciousness, and academic achievements in mathematics. Thank you so much, Dr. Castro. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Myla G. Hernandez for the research evaluating workplace friendship through social exchange theory to enhance HR-driven employee outcomes in Parañaque offices, together with Mr. Rodel C. Mendoza as a lead author. Congratulations to all our presenters. And now we will be moving on to this awarding of certificate of recognition to our session chair and conference co-chair. And allow me to read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to as conference co-chair for your exceptional leadership, profound expertise, and unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Given this 15th day of December 2025 at Radisson Hotel, Da Nang, Vietnam, our conference co-chair for this year, ICMAS 2025, is Associate Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Zarano. And in the future, we're looking forward that you will be Associate Professor or Professor. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much. This one. Yes. And this conference would not be possible without our expert panel of reactors. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Saeed Mahmoud Amid as panel reactor, acknowledging your dedication, your expertise, and valuable contributions. Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed. And of course, we would like to invite here in front this, and let me read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Joanna Marie G. Bernardo as panel reactor, acknowledging your dedication, your expertise, and valuable contribution. The same certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Marilyn F. Isep as panel reactor, acknowledging your dedication, expertise, and valuable contribution. And also, we would like to acknowledge our panel of reactor during on the first day of our event. The same certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro as a panel reactor yesterday or during the day one of our conference. We've done with awarding of certificate to the presenters and our keynote speaker, our session chair, and the panel of reactor. Now we will be awarding the certificate to our organizing committee member. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Joanna Marie G. Bernardo as one of the organizing committee member. Same with Dr. Marilyn F. Isep, Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro, Dr. Harold Deo B. Cristobal, thank you so much to all our organizing committee. And let's also acknowledge our participants for this year's ICMAS 2025. This certificate of appreciation or participation is awarded to Dr. Amelita F. Katugda, Attorney Ernesto C. Salao, thank you so much. And now let's acknowledge our partner institutions. This certificate of recognition is awarded to for your active participation and outstanding contribution as co-host to fostering a culture of international research and collaboration among member organizations worldwide during the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. The certificate of recognition is given to Siquijor State College, Philippines. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. May we invite her in front, our campus director, Attorney Ernesto C. Salao, together with the academic head, Assistant Professor Jefferson Serrano, and the research and extension coordinator, Professor Abigail Jean Abelado. Soon. All right, may we invite all the PUP Parañaque delegates to come here in front for the photo opportunity. Ah, yeah. And of course, may we invite all the PUP Parañaque delegates to receive the plaque of appreciation to the municipal mayor of Parañaque City, Honorable Mayor Edwin Olivares. Yeah. All right, we have here the soft copy of your plug, and we will be sending you the hard copy. Okay, and let me read the citation. Fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. This plaque of appreciation is awarded to Honorable Edwin De Leon Olivares, the city mayor of Parañaque City. This is the token of appreciation of academia, research, lab, and Parañaque City, PUP Parañaque City for the continuous support through the monetary funding. Thank you so much, and we hope and then in the future we will be able to participate again. And now this certificate of recognition is awarded to Polytechnic University of the Philippines Santa Maria Campus as co-host during the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. And may we invite here in front Dr. Catherine Joyce M. Castro. And we are also awarding the plaque of appreciation to the Municipal Mayor of Santa Maria, Bulacan. This plaque of appreciation is awarded to Honorable Bartolome R. Ramos, the Mayor, Municipality of Santa Maria, Bulacan. Thank you so much, Mayor Bartolome. And another certificate of recognition is awarded to Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Pulilan Campus as co-host during the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. And may we invite her in front, the Director of PUP Pulilan Campus, Dr. Marilyn Isep, together with the academic head, Dr. Joanna Marie Bernardo. And we are also awarding the plaque of appreciation to the mayor of Pulilan, Bulacan. This plaque of appreciation is given to Honorable Mayor Rolando S. Peralta Jr. Thank you so much, Mayor Peralta. Thank you so much. And we will be also awarding the certificate of recognition to the College of Human Kinetics as a co-host during the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. And we will be sending the soft copy of your certificate of recognition. Thank you so much, Dr. Luwalhati de la Cruz, the Dean of the College of Human Kinetics, PUP, Santa Mesa, Manila. And at this point, we will be awarding the highlight of our event this afternoon. We will be awarding the best presenter and best paper. Yes, and may we invite the panel of reactors to award the certificate. Dr. Joanna Marie Bernardo, Dr. Marilyn F. Isep, and Dr. Sayed Mahmoud Amit, together with the co-conference chair, Assistant Professor Jefferson Serrano, and of course, the Managing Director of the Academia Research Lab. And this is based on the grade or the rates coming from our panel of reactor. Let's begin. And let's award the best presenter. The best presenter. The best presenter for the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society is the best presenter is Dr. The best presenter goes to Dr. Catherine Joyce M. Castro for the topic exploring student engagement, critical consciousness, and academic achievement in mathematics. Congratulations, Dr. Castro. You did well. You are the best presenter of the year. Yeah. For the ICMAS 2025. And of course, the best paper. The best paper goes to. The best paper goes to Miss. Or Mrs. Soon to be. Our best paper is Miss Pauline Marquez for the topic Emerging Technologies for Kitchen Waste Management in the Philippines, a synthesis study with application in Parañaque City. She's crying. She's crying like Miss Universe 2025. She's crying. Congratulations, Miss Pauline Marquez. You received or you awarded as the best paper during the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Congratulations! She's really crying like Miss Universe 2025.
So, very good evening, everyone. And it has been 2 days of non-stop communication. And when I'm talking about communication, we have our two beautiful communicator with us, moderator with us in last 2 days, yesterday and today. And we are very grateful to them. They have managed the floor in such a beautiful manner. I hope everyone have got our thoughts in their hearts. And I will be very grateful to Mr. Christopher John Prias to moderate us virtually yesterday. And it has been great throughout the day. He has communicated us efficiently. He has communicated the whole agenda of ICMAS in such a manner that we will be keeping him in thoughts for a long, long time. Thank you, John Christopher Prias. And this is your uh, certificate of appreciation. And I will please receive on behalf, as he is not present in the hall. Uh, so, Sir Jefferson Serrano, please receive on his behalf. And I hope a gesture of goodwill, a plaque of appreciation, and a very bright future for John Christopher Prias. Thank you, John. Soon to be. And the day too has golden voice with beauty. So we know I don't want to introduce her, as she is already well known to all of you. She has been doing helping us in the cause of getting more research growth network since past few years, and I hope she has a very bright future. She is one of the great educator what I have learned till date, a good researcher, and hopefully a very, very efficient communicator. And it's my heartfelt thank you to Miss Mila Joy J. Martinez to give us, support us throughout the day. And even if she has been a good moderator, the best moderator, I'm not comparing, but the best moderator, you know, we have both our moderator, the best moderators, but thank you, Mila Joy, being here with us. Thank you. And the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Engineer Darshan Sewu and Engineer Shushmita Priyadarsani. And I am also thankful for the trust and confidence to be the moderator of this prestigious event. And I've been moderating, I think it's 4 years already. And I'm really happy because I was able to meet a lot of research scholars and I was able to enhance my communication skills as well. So thank you so much for your trust and confidence. And now we will be hearing the closing message of our co-conference chair. Let's welcome Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano.
Good evening, everyone. Or should I say in our country, magandang gabi at magandang buhay sa lahat. Okay, before I end or close this program, I would like to say and to take this opportunity, of course, to thank the following individual or person to help and to make this international conference possible. To Engineer Sushmita Priya Darsani, and of course to Surya Darsan, engineer. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And won't last until we give our best practices, best paper, best partnership. And I hope that this partnership will be forever. And as long as that the PP Parañaque and other campuses stands for scholarly works, we will continue give researches and provide more collaboration to our conferences. To Dr. Vijay and Atavali, of course, the Wachan Institute of Technology, India, thank you so much. Dr. Janicio B. Chavez Jr., the DepEd San Carlos City, Negros Occidental, and the director of the campuses, of course, thank you for your unwavering support to this conferences. Of course, my director, attorney Ernesto Salao of PP Parañaque City Campus, Marilyn Isip of Pulilan Campus, and of course, Dr. Arman Santos from PUP Santa Maria, Bulacan. Thank you again for your support, and yeah, thank you. To our, of course, colleagues, friendship, and fellow researchers, thank you from the bottom of my heart for making the fourth International Conference Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society such as a vibrant, fruitful, and indeed, we've shared an idea, spark connected our connection, or build hope for better sustainable world. Let's keep the energy alive and turn our talks into tomorrow's action. Safe journey or safe home, everyone, and hope to see you again for our fifth ICMAS 2026. Congratulations, everyone, and again, magandang buhay sa lahat.
Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Jefferson F. Serrano. And with that, we officially conclude the ICMAS 2025 and we look forward to welcoming you on our future conferences as we shared our journey toward knowledge and advancement of sustainable development. And our ICMAS, 5th ICMAS 2026 will be held at Nepal. And see you all on 2026. Once again, this has been your host, Miss Mila Joy Martinez from the beautiful city of Da Nang, Vietnam. Mabuhay and marami pong salamat. Let's have a photo op again for the second time around. All participants and attendees kindly arrange yourself here in front. Everyone, nakaganito side. Dito ka, Dok. Para makikita yung outfit natin. Ah. May we invite our virtual participants to open your camera so you will be included on our photo opportunity. Kindly open your camera. Keep smiling, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the participants from Siquijor State College. Thank you for staying with us. It's already 6:18 in the evening in the Philippines. Thank you po. You may now leave the room. God bless. Thank you. So everyone, once again,